academies, early college, career and technical education, and a rigorous curriculum. Birmingham City Schools prepares you for college, for careers, for life.
Birmingham City Schools, success starts here.
My name is Christian French and this is PD Jackson Nolan High School. JO has had many different seasons that I've seen and it's constantly growing. Nothing is ever the same when you enter JO. It's always something new, it's always something you can experience, something you always learn at JO. And walking that stage just means I've crossed that path and I'm ready to further it in my work of art. I am a part of many organizations here like FCLA, National English Honor Society. I've been a part of JRTC program here. I was in Junior Achievement, and where we went into our feeder schools and taught them different mini lessons. I'm part of the art club, theater club, and I've been in all positions there. I've been a muralist in art, I've been graphic designer, I've did oil paints, I've been in competitions with art. And I had my first mural that's literally down the street at the Flourish building, and I have 2 more murals coming up. So thankful to Ms. Rogers for putting me on to that and give me so many experiences I never thought I would when it comes to art. I will be attending ASU, furthering my education with graphic design and media communications, where I get to fluctuate between different art mediums.
Aiden Moody, class 2025 senior. Graduation is really very important to me. It's been a long 4 years, having to battle with academics and sports. I'm very excited to finally graduate and start my new chapter at Alabama State University. I will be majoring in physical therapy. Some of the big moments for me at Jackson Nolan was being a part of the English National Honor Society, signing the day next graduation. One of the biggest moments for me on the field, week 1 I had ASHA Player of the Week, game 1 versus Winona. Another big moment, track team at the Hewitt-Trussville Invitational. We set the 4x1 record, running the 41.8 in the 4x1 relay. My biggest inspiration while being at Jackson Nolan has been my history teacher, Coach Strong. He guided me the past 4 years on the field and off the field, teaching me how to be a great young man, and also my head coach, co-ed.
My name is Paris Johnson and I am a part of the graduating class of 2025 at PD Jackson Nolan High School. To me, being a part of the class of 2025, it is very exhilarating. I have learned and grown and gained so much from being a student here. I'm glad to be able to walk across the stage and be able to be proud of myself for overcoming all the obstacles that I have faced. I am president of Key Club, and so community service has really been a big thing in my life here, being here at PD Jackson High School. I was a part of the Academy of Health Science with Ms. McMillan as my teacher. It was really an amazing experience. I took all 3 courses. It taught me so many things such as medical terminology. We had our internships where we went to actual hospitals and we learned so many different things that you would actually need to have when you go into those career fields in healthcare. I have decided to go to Alabama State because I would be around more people who have the same mindset as I do, the same goals, come from the same struggles, and an HBCU was a very important decision for me. I will be going in to study for a major of social work and a minor in policy.
I'm Kamaya Kra and I'm pleased to be a part of PD Jackson Nolan 2025 graduating class. This moment means a lot because the last 4 years have not been easy. During my time at Jackson Nolan, I've been honored to be a part of many organizations such as our band, our RTC program, and National English Honor Society. During my time in band and RTC, I have served leadership roles such as section leader and been on staff in RTC serving as S1 and S2. Jackson Nolan and Birmingham City Schools have set me up for success. They have taught me many leadership roles that have helped me in life, even helped me get an internship at the Birmingham City Hall, which I am also continuing during the summer, which will help me set me up for my oncoming career. My plans for the future are to attend Alabama A&M University, majoring in criminal justice and while minor in psychology. While at A&M, I will also be a member of the Marshall Marine and White Band. After graduating in 2029, I plan to attend law school at the University of Alabama so I can further my career of law.
What's up, everybody? My name is Osborne. I'm a graduating senior from PD Jackson Nolan, class of 2025. What it means to graduate from PD Jackson Nolan, it's a big milestone, knowing that we experienced as a class a lot of setbacks and stuff that we had went throughout the years. Me being one of the drum majors in the band, it taught me leadership. It taught me how to have compassion for people, learning how to overcome obstacles and get the job done at the end of the day. My career path is automotive mechanical engineer. I'm an ASE certified mechanic. ASE stands for Automotive Service Excellence. That is a certification that a lot of mechanics don't have going into the field. Having an ASE certification coming out of high school is a big deal. I will be attending Shelton State Community College, that is in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, majoring in automotive mechanical engineer. I also have landed an internship to Mercedes-Benz. Thanks to Mr. Presley, shout out to you, big dog, but thanks to Mr. Presley, I was able to already have taken some of the classes I would need to take at Shelton, so I would be placed ahead and I'd just be in Mercedes-Benz plant.
I'm Jason. I'm in the 4th grade. I love math. I am epic.
I am Evelyn Jones. I'm in 2nd grade. I love reading. I am epic.
Epic Alternative Elementary School, a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School. Our students thrive. Our teachers are committed to each student's individual success. We're producing future lawyers, doctors, teachers, engineers, and business owners too.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
My name is Stephan Lawson, a current senior in the Ramsey IB class of 2025. And when asked the question of what does it mean to finally graduate from Ramsey IB High School, I feel like it really can't be compared to anything else. As a little boy from East Birmingham, East Lake neighborhood, it's easy to get into things and hard to get out. Coming into Ramsey, my 9th grade year, I came from COVID year summer, and I really wasn't focused on anything academic or opportunity-based. Upon coming to Ramsey, I kind of fell into a hotbed of opportunities. I believe the most memorable thing about my experience here at Ramsey is just the opportunity to meet professionals inside the greater Birmingham area. So upon going to our 3rd year of Engineering Academy, we have the opportunity to get internships. The internship I applied for was with Pylon Building Group. And since then, last year, I've been there concurrently for over a year and a half. I've had the opportunity to really branch out. And those people that I've met at Pylon have had the opportunity to pour into me and build on me. The organizations that I've been most a part of have been the Ramsey Engineering Academy, NSB Junior, TSA, FBLA, and YAC, the Youth Advocacy Council, as a part of the Addiction Prevention Coalition. After Ramsey, I will be attending the Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia to pursue my degree in finance. And that's going to be a really good experience going on the ROTC scholarship for the Navy.
Hi, my name is Cella. I'm a current senior at Ramsey High School, and I'm so excited to finally graduate. This moment means a lot to me because I've been waiting 4 years and finally the day has come. Spending quality time with my classmates has been the most enjoyable moments. Every chance we get to hang out has been very memorable. Ramsey has set me up for success in so many ways. They have provided one-on-one help. They've always just been a lending hand, so whenever I needed help, I could come to one of my teachers. They've always been very supportive. I'm a part of the National Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta, and as well as Key Club. In addition to band, I started orchestra my freshman year. I didn't know what to do. I just joined orchestra for fun, and I ended up building a passion for orchestra. I plan on attending a 4-year college. I actually just received a full ride to Berea College. I'm currently gonna major in psychology with a minor in law and ethics. My family is super proud of me because I'm a first generation high school graduate, and I'm gonna be the first one in the family to finally go to college.
My name is Ryan Reese, and graduating from Ramsey High School is an extremely exciting moment for me. I worked so hard for this, and the work is finally paying off, and I'm just very excited to finally walk the stage. A lot of memorable moments came in sports, as I was a part of the football team when we won the state championship, but also just a lot of the times going on field trips with the engineering academy. It really helped me be the man who I am today. One thing I know I'm gonna miss for sure is the bonds and the friendships I made on the way, and I'm gonna miss my teachers that really helped me out. What's next for me is that I'm going to play football at Arkansas State University while I'm majoring in computer science. First, I'd like to give a shout out to the man above. Without him, I am nothing. Second, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my mom, my dad, my brother. They've always been there for me. And I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Walker because she always helped me out throughout all my 4 years.
My name is Murphy Adams, and I'm a senior graduating from Ramsey IB High School. Graduation means so much to me because my mom was a Ramsey graduate herself, and she really pushed me to do the best I could. My father, He graduated from West End, which isn't a high school anymore, and he's pushed me further than I ever thought I could go. I'd say the most memorable moment so far was participating in this year's talent show. I played piano, and I think I didn't tell more than about 10 people that I played. And to be honest with you, I just started like 2 months ago. I played every day after track practice. I would go home and play the piano for about an hour, and I'd do some homework and go to sleep. And I did a pretty decent job, I'd say, pretty decent. But to show that talent to everyone and for people to tell me they liked it, it was a pretty special moment. While at Ramsey, I was a part of a few clubs. I was a part of the Key Club, TSA, the Chess Club, FBLA, as well as the choir, engineering, and for extracurriculars, I played varsity football, which I was a captain, and I ran track for all 4 years of high school. What's next for me after Ramsey is going to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa in the summer, where I will be double majoring in psychology and criminal justice. I have the aspirations to become a prosecuting attorney. Recently, throughout this last year, I worked with the 10th presiding judge of the Jefferson County Courts, Judge Elizabeth French. It was a great, amazing opportunity. I'm so thankful to be put in that position. And Judge French is truly one of the best people to ever come into my life. She's truly changed my life, and I appreciate her for that.
Hey, my name is Tamaya Perry. This moment means a lot to me because it was a point of time where I didn't have a lot of encouragement to finish school. It was times where I used to miss school and not come, be absent every day. It was emotional for me because I used to always doubt myself and say, like, can I get through this? Can I graduate on time? Be how my brother was. My mom, she was there for me every morning. She would text me when I woke up and send me words of encouragement to tell me that I'm almost done and I can get through it and graduate.
This moment is here. You're about to graduate.
Yes.
Are you excited?
Yes, I'm so excited. My next 4 years, I'm going to attend the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and I'm going to major in public health. I want to thank my mom, my dad, and my brother and my grandmothers for getting me to this point.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Gilbert, the Academy Coordinator here at Ramsey High School. In the Academy of Law, students engage in discussions surrounding legal topics, court cases, mock trials, visit colleges, network with attorneys and judges, all in an effort to better prepare them for their future legal careers. For more information, email me at jgilbert@bhm.k12.al.us.
I'm Kiera Williams. I graduated from Parker High School. I'm an RN in Women's Services. I interned with Birmingham Promise and graduated from UAV with the help of the Birmingham Promise Scholarship.
With specialized career academies, early college, career and technical education, and a rigorous curriculum, Birmingham City Schools prepares you for college, for careers, for life.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
These brilliant STEM scholars from Southampton K-8 School were met with an applause as they walked into Renew Birmingham, ready to show off their innovative work.
3, 2, 1.
The scholars, along with their tech advisor, Ms. Tambra Clark, officially cut the ribbon this month for their new award-winning vending machine. It's called the Hygiene Hub, and it's no ordinary digital vending machine. The vending machine contains free diapers and feminine hygiene products for those in need in Birmingham.
I'm really happy that it came true, that it came to life, that everybody's going to be able to use it now.
It's definitely a reality. I'm so excited. I'm excited for the students to just be able to see this, something that they thought of, talked about, and to actually bring it to life, you know, and it just shows you all things are truly possible when you're persistent, consistent, innovative, and creative.
Now this is the story all about how we're breaking hygiene hubs for our town. We got a mission, so let's play our part. Let's break it down, let's make it smart.
This is the data-driven rap song the scholars used to convey their message about ending period poverty, which led them to win $10,000 in the 2024 All-Tech Innovation Challenge. The school was also named the Alabama State winner in the 2024-2025 Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition, securing the scholars an additional $12,000 to help fund their Hygiene Hub. How do you feel about today in the Hygiene Hub finally opening?
Feel great. Feel awesome. Can't believe we really got it. We really did it.
It's important because the way it serves our community. It helps people that's low on these menstrual products and hygiene products. It helps them.
The vending machine will be housed at Renew Birmingham. Anyone who needs products from the machine will have to register at hygienehubbhm.com.
And then you need to be confirmed. Confirmed means coming down to Renew Birmingham, and an associate here will be in place between 9 to 5 all day. Come in with a picture ID. It does not have to be a driver's license or passport, but come in with a picture ID. They confirm who you are just that very first time, and that barcode is good for the life of however long you need to use those services.
This project wouldn't be possible without the support of community partners and the sponsors listed on the sides of the Hygiene Hub. In Isley, I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
My name is Jacques Dean. I'm the construction instructor at Huffman High School. Our students are able to earn actually 3 credentials. They can earn a Home Builders Institute core, which is the beginner class. Then they'll work towards a carpentry one. And the third one now we're doing is the cabinet making. The huge benefit of these credentials are they open the door for our students when they apply for jobs. For more information, reach out to our counselors at Huffman High School or visit the Birmingham City School website.
I graduated Birmingham City Schools in the class of 2023. Our class faced many challenges, such as a pandemic, which taught us how to persevere. The administration at Huffman High School encouraged me to achieve. I enjoyed the rigor of the Academy of Architecture and Construction, as well as the courses in science and mathematics. These courses prepared me for Auburn University, where I'm studying biomedical sciences for a career as a molecular oncologist. Scholarships, the Birmingham Promise, and my Birmingham City Schools diploma have opened doors for a bright future.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
Jennifer Gonzalez kicking one of her final goals as a senior on Huffman High School's girls soccer team. She will be graduating in a few weeks.
It feels good, kind of sad knowing I'm gonna have to leave my team behind. But other than that, it feels good knowing I got through my 4 years.
When Jennifer joined the soccer team 3 years ago, the girls weren't performing at their best and had no real connection.
We were struggling a lot with team skills, like barely connecting passes. We were struggling to get a single goal.
Both Deandra Thomas and Genesis Osagueda share the same sentiments as Jennifer.
They weren't speaking much to each other on and off the field.
This year it got a lot better. Like now I see the soccer team as more of a family than just like a team.
It just got better when everyone just got closer to each other. Just really people getting along and just talking more.
The team began to see those improvements following the arrival of head coach Dente Daniels in 2022.
The first year when I took over at the end of that summer, we only had 10 girls. We were pulling players left and right. Each girl made upon themselves to bring one girl to tryouts, and we went to 32 last year. And now we have 40 girls. First year, before I took over, they only scored 1 goal. Progressed the next year, they scored 50, and this year we have 80. But that's done because of our team and how much we push each other.
We came a long way. We won 17 games this season.
Coach Daniels believes his girls deserve more recognition for their skills on the pitch. So he submitted 6 of his players' names to be voted on with the hopes of being named All-Metro. Soccer coaches from various schools will cast their votes this month for soccer players from the Birmingham metro area, which includes Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair counties. Deandra and Genesis were nominated from Huffman.
I have 28 goals this season and 22 assists.
She's top 20 in the state. She's top 20 in the state in goals, and she's top 5 in assists.
I have 128 steals currently. I think that's like the highest on the team right now. And 2 steals and 2 goals.
She's about 5'11", pure athlete, and she plays center back, and she's a defensive anchor on the field, and she plays center midfield too.
The goal for some high school athletes is to get college athletic scholarships. Deandra and Genesis have their eyes set on Texas. They both want to play college soccer in the Lone Star State. On the other hand, Jennifer said she's had several offers to play soccer in college, but she wants to go in a different route and focus on becoming a nurse.
It's just something I've always wanted to do as a little kid, and I remember there was this one time my grandfather told me to never give up on that dream, so I'm mainly pursuing it for him.
Huffman High School and Birmingham City Schools are providing the tools and path for these young scholars to be successful. I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
Scholars in Birmingham City Schools get the tools and support they need for success every day. Educators encourage students from pre-kindergarten to high school to reach their highest potential. I'm Corey Cunningham, a Milken Award winner for 2023. It's exciting to collaborate with educators to help guide students. Today, thousands of BCS scholars are in classrooms and labs or working on engaging projects to boost their learning. Tomorrow, our students will be the leaders of Birmingham, Alabama, and the world.
Birmingham City Schools. Success starts here.
Hi, I'm Christopher Lang. I am the Academy of Engineering instructor here at George Washington Carver High School. This program offers students hands-on learning in STEM, including college visits, worksite tours, and opportunities to earn industry credentials. For more information about our program, you can contact me at clang@bhm.k12.al.us.
Colors, salute. Inside the Alabama Shakespeare Theater in Montgomery, 4 Final Four Alabama teachers eagerly waited to see if they would be named the newest Alabama Teacher of the Year.
The 25-26 Alabama Teacher of the Year and Elementary Teacher of the Year is Katie Collins.
Prior to announcing the Alabama Teacher of the Year winner, an alternate Alabama Teacher of the Year winner was also announced during the ceremony.
The 25-26 alternate State Teacher of the Year and Secondary Teacher of the Year is Aubrey Bennett, George Washington.
George Washington Carver High School's Aubrey Bennett received that honor. Although Bennett didn't win the top spot, he's grateful for this recognition at the state level.
Well, it's an amazing honor, not just for me, but for the city of Birmingham and Birmingham City Schools. I've been blessed to be in this district for more than 17 years now, and I've seen a lot of great educators, and I've learned a lot from them, and a lot of great administrators who taught me the skills necessary to be in this moment right now. And so I'm just blessed, and honestly, I'm here for the kids, and so they're the ones that have pushed me to be a better educator, and this is honestly for them.
Bennett's BCS and immediate family were in the audience and soaking in the moment. His mother, Patsy Bennett, traveled hundreds of miles from North Carolina to support her son. She couldn't miss this big moment.
I'm just so proud of Bray. I had twins way younger than Bray, and Bray started from when he was a little boy, helping me take care of those twins. I was a single mom, and I was in sports and football and baseball, and my son was always there to help me, and I've always been proud of Bray.
I'd like to thank my family, especially my mom. I really appreciate everything that you've done for me, everything that you sacrificed for me to be on this stage, and I love you.
I said whether he lost or won today, I traveled all this way. I want to be here with him because I'm very, very proud of him.
This is Aubrey Bennett's brother, Dane Bennett.
He's been a role model. You know, we grew up without a father, and he's been that man for me that I've looked up to and really paved the way. I'm excited to see what he's going to do, especially for the state of Alabama going forward.
Bennett began his teaching career in Birmingham City Schools in 2006 as a 6th grade social studies teacher at L.M. Smith Middle School. Bennett had a desire to teach and coach scholars on the high school level. He began teaching at Carver High School in 2012. Bennett teaches 12th grade U.S. government, economics, and advanced placement African American history. He also serves as the sponsor of the Student Government Association, attendance liaison, and varsity girls soccer coach. Bennett is Birmingham City Schools 2024-2025 Secondary Teacher of the Year.
He's an example of the wonderful instruction that takes place in Birmingham City Schools, as well as Carver High School. It's the excellence is the standard is what we always say at Carver High School, and Bennett is certainly the example of what we expect and what we want in instruction and teachers.
So we say in Birmingham City Schools, success starts here, but it really starts in the classroom every day. And Mr. Bennett is just an example of all the great teachers that we have in Birmingham City Schools. So I'm extremely proud of him, proud of Carver High School, and proud of all of our teachers. Particularly this is a Teacher Appreciation Week, so we appreciate all our great teachers.
It is.
As Alabama State Board of Education representative, I'm very proud of you. Representing 7 counties and 14 school districts, having you rise to the top says a lot. We need great educators like you. Birmingham City is doing great things. I'm very appreciative to Dr. Sullivan and all of the administrators and teachers there. Keep doing the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to give you a hug. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Aubrey Bennett will serve as a state and national spokesperson on behalf of the teaching profession. He will also support the Alabama Teacher of the Year with presentations, workshops, and educational events throughout the state. I'm Fred Davenport, BCS Media.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our work session for May the 27th, 2025. This meeting is now called to order. The mission of Birmingham City Schools is to guide all students to achieve excellence in a safe, secure, and a nurturing environment. Dr. Sullivan, Looks like we will now have our operations update. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. President. I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to come up, and he has quite a few visitors with him as well. So, Mr. Moore, if you would come up and introduce your visitors. This is going to be an update on the new central office as well as the pre-K center at the Martha Gaskin Annex. Mr. Moore, the floor is yours. Do you have enough seats up there, Mr. Moore?
Good evening. All right. Board President Meadows, esteemed board members, and Dr. Sullivan, again, good evening. So we have on our operations item today, we're going to update the 2101 6th Avenue Central Office relocation. First, I want to invite to the table some familiar friends, KPS, Steel City, Miss Ophelia Cox, and I think that is it. Mr. Tim Lewis. All right. All right, again, this is our monthly update to kind of let you know where we are with all components that relates to the 2101 update. We'll start with Mr. Christian Smoke, KPS.
Good evening. I'm Christian Smoke, again, with KPS Group. So is an update to current progress. We have had design development approved by DCM, and we're working to finalize any of the outstanding coordination items amongst our trades. And we're coordinating the final quantity and layout of cubicles for 2101. Next steps in regards for us are to finalize and submit construction documents with a target completion date of June 20th, and after that proceed with advertising and contractor pre-qualification. We have a few images of what the space might look like. So starting in the auditorium will receive new furniture and new finishes, a new dais with integrated technology, viewing screens for both the audience and board members. This is looking back from the dais towards the opposite direction. You see the AV booth in the background and the rest of the finishes in the space. We've got the BCS Hall of Fame that acts as a Hall of Fame and award center, as well as a vestibule at the entrance of the auditorium. So you proceed through this space on the way to the auditorium. There's screens in the space that can show any media communication or what event is happening in the auditorium. And then lastly, we have the new executive conference room with new furniture and new finishes, and considerations of sound attenuation considering its adjacency to the auditorium space.
Good evening. So as far as technology update, we are continuing to work on the technical specifications for the equipment and the network. We are working on drawings that include the layout of all the data, wireless, smart boards, printers, copiers, and other devices. We've also started to work on our copper and fiber riser now that we have a pathway from the lower level to the 12th floor. And we are closely coordinating with the A&E team, the architects and engineers, to make sure that we have everything in place to accommodate the technology, i.e. we're making sure that HVAC requirements are in all of the IDF and MDF, and we've also identified all of the space requirements we have in the hallways for cable tray and for other technology that would be in the hallways. So our next steps, we are starting to work on the request for proposal for the low voltage cabling, and we're developing a procurement schedule once we know a little bit more about how long it's going to take to finish that up. And then we're working on our drawings. We can finish those drawings up now that the DD sets of drawings have been approved by the state, and we have those drawings from KPS. So we're making good progress. We'll be able to give you some specific dates and times at our next update now that we have this information.
Good evening. So we are reporting today as it relates to the cubicle, the update from that we're widening the openings to the cubicles to accommodate ADA. So now those openings reflect 42 inches. I think we have one more slide. Well, let's go back. Okay, sorry. So the mock-up is there on site for you all to review, and that will be scheduled through, I believe, Mr. Moore. And then we can go over there and meet there, and you can kick the tires, if you will. And that's it for our update.
Good afternoon. My name is Willie Williams, and I'm with Steel City Services, and we're your project managers. Next slide. What you see there is our overall schedule. Next slide. Where we are currently is we are on track to start construction on October 1. And there are several key milestones that we're working to in terms of timelines, and that is advertise for bids August 4th, receive bids September 9th, award the contract September 15th, start construction October 1. And as your project managers, we're working to ensure that the scope and cost and schedule, all of those components stay on track. Next item. On the roof replacement, we want to report that we're currently operating in alignment with the board-approved budget projection, which is $1 million. Where we are currently, we have compiled a list of bidders. Our next step forward is to pre-qualify those bidders, and we're still coordinating, shooting for July 9th for the bid advertisement for that portion of the work. Next slide. And we're also happy to report that the project is currently operating in alignment with the board-approved budget projections. We're making sure that everything is tracked along those figures, and we're making sure again that the design team and consultants all stay within line with those budget numbers of $24 million. That's our report.
Good evening. For the month of April 2025, the only expenditure that has been paid out that's related to the 2101 project would be Logista in the amount of $274,460. Leaving a balance remaining of $23.2 million.
Questions, colleagues? Ms. Williams, then Ms. Wong.
Good evening. Thank you all for your presentation. I'm just curious about the possibility of maybe some increase in cost based upon tariffs. Maybe have you all? I know we have the 20. I think it's 20% sort of cushion in there. But based upon your line of work, have you heard of any wins or the possibility of the cost of things going up? I think right now it's just sort of a threat. But, I'm sure you all, or maybe you all are looking at.
Absolutely.
So
especially with like the furniture is why we're trying to really zero in on who needs to go and what we need to get so we can kind of get that order placed early. I would let Mr. Tim speak to, I guess, supplies and wiring with technology.
So far, the technology prices are holding steady. So we'll cross our fingers and hope that stays that way. But right now, I think the budget we have is a solid budget. And we'll be sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, sir. So it's good to hear we're within budget, or at least right now. It's a little surprising we haven't spent any money. I'm wishing we would move forward with some spending so we would be assured. I'm worried about the dates and the timelines. Have anything on here changed about the timeline? So we're good with the timeline as
we're all good with the timeline.
And That had changed. Okay, great. And then the question about this building and their commitment to allow us to stay until May of 2027, or what's our thinking on that, or what's the latest on that?
We can get that information. Mr. King is not here after the.
I think it's a little further than May now, Mary.
Okay.
But I would not be prepared to give you that date. The buyers did ask for an additional 30 days, if I'm not mistaken. And when we agreed to that, then we asked for additional 30 on the back end.
And does that put us through to when they're saying we can be in or before? That's what I want to be sure.
May 26th.
May 21, 26.
It would then.
Yeah.
26, okay, yeah.
It would.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you for the report. I know, is there anything that could possibly come up? I don't know if you're going to say that here, but I'm just curious, have we found anything or anything that we need to be notified of, or that question is to anybody?
Not as of yet. Of course, if anything comes up, you'll be the first to know. So in this phase right here, and I heard Ms. Bowen talk about spending money, in this phase right here is a lot of design that needs to be approved by the state. And so we're still kind of in that window where design needs to be approved 30 to 45 days based on what we're seeing. And so once that gets in, that's why we say we're still set for October 1 construction date. Then you start seeing movement and money moving as well.
All right, thank you.
I guess my question would be more so with the the technology with the auditorium. I know you talked about the monitors for the board. I know we've said this before, just having access for the ability to connect your device and to hopefully maybe simulcast or so we can monitor these whatever the presentations are on our screens. I just feel like that would be, some of us, like me, have some visual seeing impairments. And so if we'd have the ability for the technology to connect to our device and then whatever is showing there, kind of almost on like a simulcast where you can follow along, I think that'll be really good. So I think that concludes our questions. Any other questions, colleagues? All right, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Mm-hmm. So next up coming, we have our representatives that's working on the project for the Martha Gaskin Early Learning Center. You stay. That would be representatives from Charles Williams Associates, Mr. Fred Flowers, Miss Arlene Williams, and Dr. Blackman, principal of Martha Gaskin. You're trying to hide out. Come on up. Yeah, come on up. Come on up. We'll let you drive.
Good evening, everyone. If you haven't been by it recently, you can see that the building is continuing to transform and rapidly. That is a list of basically what's going on. The waterworks is out there right now. They have started. Spire Gas, we're waiting them to go ahead and set their meter. We continue to coordinate with IT, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to be catching up with this guy right here next to me in a bit as it relates to technology that BCS is providing to put in the school. And obviously, we know it's going to be the Martha Gaskin's Early Learning Annex. City of Birmingham inspectors have gone in the building. It has passed. The state boiler inspector has passed it. Our engineers have gone in, and the contractors are working off those details that the engineers have required. Today I found out that the emergency lights do work when the power went out due to the thunderstorms rolling through, so that was a bit of a bonus. The cow wall window corrections, I want to make a correction there, are nearly complete. They had so if you go out there and you see a temporary window in there, they had a bit of a boo-boo, so they got to fix that. But all the storefront is in the admin area. It is up. They're continuing to work on all the masonry. The kitchen equipment installation is ongoing, so the pass-throughs are there, the dishwasher's there, the hood is there. They came out and certified the, I guess it's the cooking surface. And paint ongoing at multiple locations. So it is rolling. And you can see there in the upper right what the face of it looked like. The new face is down at the bottom. So that's how that's going to look when you come in off of Red Lane Road with that canopy, and it does have a skylight that's actually in there. There's the new admin office, all glass storefront, including the security bubble. Nobody gets in there unless they let them in. Those are the boilers that passed the inspection. You can see all the copper is in. That is the new boys' restroom where they took out the old, and that's typically what the new ones will look like. And you can see the progress on the gym, what it looked like as it was in progress, and now with all the coatings on the walls, the sound baffles are on the wall. They're having to use it to hold materials right now because we're clearing the site to get ready for the parking lots. There's the new kitchen. And it is actually further along than that right now. They are moving day to day. It is continuing to take its shape. There's the some other classrooms there. I think you all saw the yellow and the red ones before. This is one of the teal ones, and then we have some blues and various colors going in there. That was the courtyard during the last report, and there's the courtyard now with the playground equipment sitting there. If you look from the last report, you can see parts of the roof were not complete. It is now 100% in. They just have some trim work and things like that going on, but it is done. And let's see if that works. Oops. Did I do something wrong here? I bet I did. Oh, I don't know what I did. So I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Arlene at this time. There was a fly around of the school so you can see there the new playground surface for the older grades.
Devin, can you help him with that? Devin, can you help him with that?
Oh, there we go. There we go. You can see the site grading is already taking place. And as it comes around on that far end there, you see where that dark spot is. That's where the new playground for the older kids is going. But it looks nothing like it used to at the start of this project. And everyone believes that you guys have a new school coming out of the ground in the community. And they are excited. I can't stress that enough. So I'm gonna let Miss Arlene speak while that thing's flying around.
And all board members. As you see, we are smiling because we are excited, and moving day is coming up soon. We have set a tentative ribbon cutting open house, so more information will be coming on that, but it will be the second week in July. So more information's coming because we'll be happy to have anybody and everybody that's interested to come and see the full picture of what we have out there. Staffing, Dr. Blackman has worked on staffing, and we are still working on enrollment. So I'm going to let Dr. Blackman, because he's in charge of this building. I am just a resident. So, Dr. Blackman.
Put all the pressure on me. We're excited at Martha Gaskin's. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, board members, distinguished guests, and members. Teachers, they're excited. They're anxious to move in. We're slowly packing things down in the classroom, coming to an end like we should, doing our checklist. Dr. Tillman. And the students' last day is June 4th. So I'm looking at June 5th, June 6th, possibly the staff just taking a tour ourselves, going in to kind of visit the classrooms, hallways, not to get involved of the construction work itself, but just kind of peep to see the progress. Many of them have not seen the building yet, but they're excited. They know what's coming, and we're being very transparent. The communication is going forth every day. I'm doing robocalls to my parents, trying to recruit, make sure we have the enrollment that we need for pre-K, of course, K through 5. So we're just taking it day by day. We're ready.
Questions, colleagues? Ms. Williams?
Thank you. Thank you all for this presentation. Really exciting. And of course, I live in that area, so to be able to drive by and see the progress, just really appreciate everything that you all are doing. I have a question. I don't know if it's, maybe, I'm sure it's maybe for you, Dr. Blackman. Since we're going to have additional space in the Martha Gaskins, are there plans for the additional space? I know that, of course, with ADM, we're not able to minimize classroom size, but are there thoughts around what you and your staff are going to do with the extra classroom space now that you'll have, since kindergarten and first grade will be in the annex location?
Yes, ma'am. We're booked. We're full at Martha Gaskins currently. So this is going to alleviate some of the crowdedness that's taking place. Staff members working on almost doubling up in classrooms. They'll have their own classrooms. So currently we have second and third grade, for example, on Yellow Hall. My plan is to move second grade to Green Hall, which is where the vacancy would be with kindergarten and first grade, and allowing tutors that's coming in and providing the necessary instructional support for our scholars to have their own space, so we won't have to go and push in as much. They can pull out. They'll have their own space.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I guess, and I don't know, maybe Dr. Sullivan, this may be, I'm just thinking about now where we have 2 in 1. So with our cafeteria staff, obviously that's going to be expanded. So have we budgeted in that we're hiring new staff, even from our janitorial services? Are we hiring additional janitors or supports in that area? Are we expecting the individuals that are in the...
So as it relates to the cafeteria staff, they are reimbursed based on the amount of meals served. So as the amount of meals increase, then the personnel increases. And as far as the custodial staff, they are assigned based on square footage. So as we've increased the square footage, then we would increase the number of custodians in the building.
So are you just saying we're going to hire new custodians?
Yes. I'm going to say parameters by which we're going to hire.
Like, okay.
Yes.
So we're going to hire new custodians, and we are going to...
We're going to have more people eating, so therefore there would be more need for additional support in the cafeteria staff as well.
Okay, got it.
A yes and a yes.
Thank you. Just yes, Dr. Sullivan. I know it's 5 o'clock coming on. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's also good for the public to know, though, that we are able to fund positions based upon the amount of students that we serve. I think I just learned that. So board members don't know everything, but thank you for that. I was just curious, are there any other services that happen on a day-to-day basis in a school that we may not be thinking about that we're going to need to expand those positions on, or consider additional positions? Security, no? Yes?
Well, we contract with Lane Federal, and so as that's a new building with its own administrative offices, there'll definitely be a Lane Federal person there. And as far as any other staff, that would just be caught up in the ADM. It probably wouldn't be any additional need for us to bring like additional paraprofessionals, because that would be part of what we get with pre-K. I can't think of anything other than the custodial staff and lunchroom staff that's like a permanent staff that we would need. The teachers are part of the ADM. The pre-K is part of the grants that we receive in the 3 meal. So I think we should have everything covered. I'm actually very, like you, Mrs. Williams, I'm very excited about this opportunity to expand our pre-K program. We've talked about this for a long time. Ms. Boehm, I think we went back to when we were looking at Hill as a possible pre-K site. So Arlene, yeah, that's right. So this has been, Center Street, so this has been something that has been in the making for many, many years, and I'm just glad that we're coming to a fruition of this dream.
So I am too. I still have a couple more questions, because again, I'm thinking about the expansion. Do we currently have you have an AP, Dr. Blackman?
Yes, ma'am.
So we now have, so we're not going to have technically a principal of the annex location?
Well, you have Mrs. Arlene that's in the building, and she's been a principal
like,
for many, many years. But I think we should have everything covered.
So you have no anxieties, Dr. Black? not going past you, Dr. Sullivan, but I'm just curious. I mean, now you have 2 individuals responsible for 2 buildings, with, different outcomes. So I'm really thinking about realistically what are going to be, even if it's something temporary, so that we are able to make that kind of assessment and support. I don't know, and I'm sure Dr. Silverman probably has been thinking about that as well, but these are just my immediate thoughts based upon the presentation, because August will be here, and so we want to make sure that those supports are there and that those new families are going to have, and they will have a first-class experience,
exactly.
but that we are internally thinking about all the I's and T's that we need to be crossing and I's
So
dotting.
we've had schools that have annexes before, like at Green Acres, I think when you worked there was an annex across the street, so they were able to manage both of those. So this is not new territory for us. The old Huffman High School had multiple pods, same thing with the old Bank School. So we've had schools that were not adjacent, even at Powell Elementary, they had the Eva Jones Annex. So having an annex on the campus is not unusual for BCS. So I think that Mr. Blackman has it under control. We've talked about some of the things that he has to do, and he's amenable.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan.
I've got a quick question.
Ms. Boehm, then Mr. Collins.
So the move itself is happening in mid-July, is that right?
I believe the furniture, if I'm stating this correctly, scheduled sometime early July, but we won't be making our move till the second or third week, am I correct, in July? Yes.
And the teachers, are they going to have to move themselves, or are we going to move their? Okay, great. And then, Arlene, do you need any support from strategic communications or others to get the word out? Because I want us to be full when we start.
And we do too. So you're right for saying just what I want to hear also. But Ms. Stewart is working hard. We have banners being made. They aren't quite ready, but the money's there to take care of that. So we're just waiting on the print shop to deliver. So we have 50 banners and 50 yard signs. But anyway, we're out there, and everybody, I hope all of you too, are putting it on your social media that we're on our way to that area, and other spaces are still available in other locations as well.
Okay, great.
Mr. Collins.
So I am equally excited about this because it started, about 3 years ago now? And the goal was to expand pre-K. And so I've had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Blackman over there about that very thing about employees. And I'm confident that, the plan that we have in place is going to be, sufficient, as well as we do want to, rev up the excitement. I am getting, in my community, getting some people calling me asking, hey, what are we doing there? The building looks good. I think one person called me about the top being blue. They thought that was great for the Zetas. I was like, okay, And so we're very, very excited about that. I do not want to miss this opportunity to make sure that we are really putting this out there for our community and letting our people know that this is, I know I've shared with the communities that this is an opportunity that we repurposed a building that was, pretty much blight in the area. And so now we've made it into something beautiful. And I think we're going to be able to alleviate some space inside Martha Gaskin's by doing this. Giving y'all back more room and everything. So I'm excited about this opportunity and this finally happening. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to amend the agenda for just a little bit and ask that we go with item O. I see that the mayor's come in. I know that he has a busy schedule, and then also the item, mine just went blank. The item G after that, I know Mrs. Blanco has a family issue that she has to address. So with that said, Mr. President, can I bring the mayor up for item O?
Yes, sir, Dr. Sullivan.
Okay, Mr. Moore, if you would invite your guests to the table. Mr. Mayor, thank you for adjusting your schedule to come out today.
So this item, item O that's next up, so it is a partnership between Birmingham City Schools, potential partnership between Birmingham City Schools and the Board of Education for the city of Birmingham to refurbish 35 of our K-8 to middle school basketball courts. Now, these courts will not just be refurbished for basketball, but also for activity courts. So they will be striped for basketball, but also for permanent games like hopscotch and four squares. And so this team here from the city of Birmingham can go into more detail about the project, and then I can come back on the end and answer any questions that you may have as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moore, and good evening to all of you, Dr. Sullivan, school board. Good to see you all. Thanks for allowing us, one, to be with you tonight, and two, adjusting your schedule. I hope for what will be not only valuable information to you all, but be short and sweet and the easiest thing on your agenda tonight. With that said, I wanted everyone to introduce themselves from my left.
My name is Juanita King, and I serve as the Senior Project Manager at the City of Birmingham.
I'm Aaron Saxton. I serve as Chief Compliance Officer in the Finance Department for the City of Birmingham.
Chaz Mitchell, serve as the Chief of Operations for the City of Birmingham.
So short version, Aaron, if you could give me 9 of those packets, so while we talk, we can actually give them to the superintendent, or 10, so we can give them to the superintendent and the school board.
It's 2 packets per person.
Mr. Lee.
So what I want to do is open it up, and then I want to pass it to Aaron to give you all some detail.
Certain school colors, you can incorporate that into the design of the court. BCS owns the court design. So we just want to put the funding in place. We want to get the courts down. We just want to be a blessing to the BCS.
You own the entire thing. There's no catch here. I know you're probably like, hold on, what are they really talking about? One of the things is, I think it's easier conversation to have for existing courts, but BCS determines if you want to, for those elementary, middle schools and K-8 schools who don't have courts, where the location would be, if you want it there as well. So in the ideal world, what we didn't want to do was come here and say we're going to do some schools. And then other board members were like, well, hey, what about school district? So this proposal presents, again, existing courts, and then for those who don't have it, a place for you to actually put down one as well.
And Mr. Moore is actually working with the principals of those schools that don't have current courts to look at a location for those courts as they come in.
I think it's also important to talk about safety. Let me do it.
Okay, just to alleviate, any safety concerns that the board might have, we have included fencing around each court. We have also included cameras that will be linked to the real-time crime center. So there's 34 new locations for the real-time crime center.
So I would add to that. So in talking about the project and vetting it out, we did solicit like Dr. Huff, who's been here for a while, and they've seen some of the issues that we've had over the past. And so we want to try to alleviate those security issues and try to make sure that it's for our young people as well, and to stress the importance of physical education and recreation as well. So that's why it's more than just a basketball court as well, in terms of our vetting it.
Dr. Sullivan, we wanted to yield the floor to you and the board about any questions you may have.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Questions, Mr. Sullivan?
Okay.
Mr. Sullivan,
Yeah.
then Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, first off, and thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about it. Of course, I did see one Barrett on there, this in District 5. But my question is also to, I'm assuming this is for Dr. Sullivan or Chief. Is BCS going to be responsible for the upkeep and everything?
Yes, and so the type of court it is what they call sport courts. And so it's really easy upkeep. Whether it's rinsing it off and just sweeping it off, it's really easy upkeep. So sport court is a really versatile and durable kind of material as well. So it's not like asphalt where the paint can rub off and you got to restripe it, or it gets a hole and it's really durable, both inside and outside.
All right, thank you. Again, excited.
Mr. Wilson? Miss.
Well, I don't have a question. Thank you, Mayor, again. This is awesome. As a kid who grew up on the playgrounds of Winona, I understand the importance of having recreational activities, man. You know, I always say what my mama and my grandma said, idle mind is the devil workshop. And if our kids have something constructive to do or constructive options, it keeps them out of trouble. And then you guys are gonna set up live cameras to make sure that everybody's safe. Hey man, I can't thank you guys enough. As a matter of fact, I couldn't have thought of that myself. I just gotta give you credit, brother.
Ms. Smith?
All right, thank you. So I have a couple questions. So you mentioned having fences around the courts. Does that mean that they'll be locked after hours?
Yes.
Okay, so it won't be open to the public?
Correct. So part of the project too, when they brought it to the table, the BCS, is that they wanted to deter any bad activity after hours. So initially it was just, we take the goals down after dark, but then we added fencing and then to lock those fences as well so we can deter that.
Okay. All right then. And then the second question was looking at those locations that don't have an existing court. You have like 2 and 3 boxes in some of them, on some of them. Does that mean that those are potential locations of where the courts would go? Because there is one on here, it looks like that you will have 2 courts that you're installing.
Yes, ma'am. There are a couple locations that have multiple courts that were existing, that are being redone. But the new courts that you see with 2 and 3 boxes highlighted, those are just proposed sites. And so you'll be able to choose from those locations.
Okay. And maybe you said this and I didn't hear it because I was looking through this. What's the timeline that you all have?
Well, once everything is approved, the vendor is ready to get started with work 6 to 8 weeks after we pull the trigger.
And that's the beauty of the source well that the city is part of, so we won't have to competitively bid this type of project out. So once we get the blessing from the board, we can move expeditious with all this type of things. So we don't have to sit here and do a whole bidding process for construction and install, so we already have it pretty much set forward to do install.
Can you tell me the difference between the permitting as it relates to existing versus?
Right. There's really not a permit required to refurbish an existing court. But this dealer, he installs courts all over the country. He is the premier installer dealer for this product.
So 6 to 8 weeks before you start, or 6 to 8 weeks to actual?
Start.
To start, and then it'll take just a couple days to install? And then you'll do all of them at the same time, or there'll be a?
They'll have to step it out. They have their own schedule, what's best for them, I guess. But they'll be coordinating with BCS to make sure, their own schedule.
Yeah, of course, the existings will be the more quicker ones that will be done first. And then the newer projects will be done in another phase. But we want to make sure that we do the existing ones first, because they won't take long for any type of refurbs or any type of install.
Okay.
And the city will take care of all of that, especially with the permit market.
So by next fall, then several schools should have some nice.
A drastic change in the community.
Okay. I will say that at Bush Hill Steam, you're taking the tennis courts, but that's okay because they're not really used anyway, but okay. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, then Ms. Harville.
I just want to say thank you. I was going to inquire about I'm in my mind, I process it as a felt feel to the court because I know it's not felt. I know it's the exterior, it's durable. It's not just the concrete, traditional blacktop basketball court. I'm familiar with that. Wanted to ask though about, you all said that in terms of baptizing it based on schools, are you leaving it up to the district to make that decision as to whether or not it's personalized with each school, or will it just generally be?
All on y'all.
All of them should be, but it's left up to the school.
So, and so really my question is that's not a question to you. It was really to Mr. Moore and Dr. Sullivan. Like, are we choosing each, allowing?
It's going to be a conversation with each principal, and hopefully each principal will say yes to brand their court, so that's what I would do.
It'll add a pop of color to
the whole community. It'll change the landscape of the
I'm
community.
familiar, yeah.
You
I
should
was,
want the
I was
colors.
hoping that we had brick walls around some of them, so we could have positive graffiti done by the students in the art. That's what I was thinking about. But I know all of the courts, I don't think any of the courts look like that. But when you talk about that positive piece, the students are able to invest in their community. But since we're gonna have fencing, it's okay as long as we are able to get the court. So thank you all for considering us. And I heard both of you all say you found the money, so thank you for finding money. Finding money is always good, so appreciate it.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for just continually to invest in our scholars. I was talking, so I think you may have asked some of this question. It was about the personalization. So like I'm looking at one that has a chessboard. So when we talked about personalization, I think you all were talking about logos, colors. What about, you mentioned hopscotch, Mr. Moore. So are you working with the principals to decide, like, who has chess? Like I said, I may have missed some of her
A
questions.
little bit of
because I was
both. It'll
talking.
be the vendor that's designing the course, and then we'll also get with the principals as well. Both.
Mr. Meadows?
Go ahead, Ms. Bowen, then Mr. Collins.
Well, I tried to do a back of the envelope on this, and we're looking at $2.5 for $3 million, it looks like, maybe more. 6, okay, see, didn't do enough math.
3.6.
3.6, thank you.
I apologize. Forgive me. I did not tell you the number. 3.6 million.
Wow, thank you so much. That is awesome, and I also was with you once with the police chief, and he was talking about the police athletic teams, which are coming our way. I think we could see if we could get some of that going on also in basketball. That would be so exciting.
We've already plugged that in, ma'am. We've got that
Great.
going already.
I mean, because and we have Let's Move, of course, and those games are impressive, and so this is wonderful. Thank you so, so much. And it's not taken away from anything else we got going on, is it, that we know of?
It's not.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Collins?
Well, certainly thank. Courts, make sure that all of our courts are orange and greens, and we had a Huffman logo on every one of them, okay?
Any more? Dr. Sullivan?
I just want to say thank you to the mayor, thank you, City of Birmingham, for always being an advocate for the school system and putting your money where your mouth is, and you're investing in our students. So thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
I think it's appropriate if we give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your team and for always prioritizing our children. And I'm going to be nice to Big Walt because you all are here. But there are jokes. Just don't worry. There are jokes. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan.
Mr. President, I'm gonna ask Mrs. Blanco to come up to talk about pathways for opportunity. I had an opportunity to talk with Carlos Bojica and around a partnership between the school system. And so we spent some time ironing out what this contract looks like, and I think it's really beneficial to both the school system and to our Latino community. And so I'm very excited about, the possibility of this partnership. So Ms. Blanco, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sullivan. Thank you so much, Dr. Sullivan. Thank you, Board President Meadows and board members, for allowing us to speak to you today. And how exciting is it to follow that news from our mayor? Likewise. So what we're here to share with you today is looking at a way to better serve our students, to make sure that all of our students have full access to all of the great programs that Birmingham City Schools offer students already. So this is really something that is extending upon existing work that we're doing in BCS, working with our Hispanic students, our English language learners, things that we're doing to make sure that they're participating in a proportional way in our career academies and other post-secondary opportunities, making sure that they're aware of all of them, and making sure that they're prepared academically and in literacy skills at the Empower Academies as well, so that they have the skills to do so. So without further ado, I want to share with you here Dr. Alamon and our guests to share a little bit more about this proposal.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. I'm Carlos Aleman. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Hispanic and Immigrant Center of Alabama. I'm here with Sylvia Espinosa, who serves as our Director of Development. And I just want to, first of all, thank all of you for taking the time to review and listen to our proposal. I also want to thank Birmingham City Schools staff and team. We have been diligent partners with you all for a number of years. I can't say enough about the work of Ms. Blanco and her team. Alexander Bautista here is in the back as well. And I know that Dr. Pam Williams and Adrian and everyone has been really great partners in how we've been able to serve our Hispanic Latino students in Birmingham City Schools, and I'm excited about the potential growth. This really was born out of the efforts that we've been laying the groundwork for the past few years. We have been in Birmingham City Schools already through our Escalera program. We've been in the high schools. We primarily have been working with Carver High School to make sure that those young people have full grasp of what opportunities await them in post-secondary education. But what we really want to do is also go younger, be in the middle schools. We want to make sure that they're able to not have any barriers, whether it be due to language or not awareness. We're working with parents diligently. You know, HICA is the largest, most established Hispanic serving nonprofit in our state, and the opportunity to expand our educational offers through a formal partnership with Birmingham City Schools is really exciting. So we've been funding this on our own through educational grants for a number of years, but this is a formal request to formalize our partnership so that we can have dedicated staff that are going to be working full-time with your students. And we sent you a proposal. There's a number of things that we're trying to do here. We've aligned it with the Birmingham City Schools strategic plan to be certain. Oh, here, there's a clicker and everything. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So here you go is our efforts, right? We've been partnering with Birmingham City Schools, like I said, through our Escalera. And we have extended our efforts through LISTO program, which is working with Empower Middle, Putnam, and Booker T. Washington, helping middle school students develop leadership skills, academic confidence, and career awareness. As you all know, your Hispanic student population is increasing dramatically. I was looking at the numbers the other day. In 2013, the population of Hispanic students in Birmingham City Schools was 4%. Today, according to the last available information publicly, it's about 13%. So it's tripled in terms of the last 10 years. And we only anticipate that to continue growing. And so this is an exciting opportunity. I mean, if you look at Booker T, I think it's 50% of the student body now is Hispanic there. So the proposal is requesting $249,000 for 4 full-time success coaches that would work with LMI English language learner students in Birmingham City Schools. And they would primarily work with 6th to 8th and 9th to 12th graders. Our goal would be to empower English language learning students to reach their full potential by enhancing academic performance, engagement, and post-secondary and career opportunities. So that you are aware, we also have a workforce development program at HICA where we work with young adults so that they understand the pathways that exist. We work with the Alabama Community College System, and we work for our corporate partners to create pathways, as well as other career training programs across the state. And I was recently appointed to the Alabama Workforce Board to strengthen those efforts as well. These are our objectives. Again, very much aligned with the objectives laid out by Birmingham City Schools. So we're being intentional about making sure that we're complementing efforts already underway, address the unique needs of LMI students by expanding bilingual services, improve academic performance, and increase access to higher education and workforce training, strengthen family involvement by offering parent education, bilingual orientation and support strategies, expand linguistic support through targeted literacy interventions, develop culturally relevant individualized support plans aligned with BCS practices, and implement success metrics to measure program outcomes. And who's involved? We'll have 4 full-time coaches, and what they'll do is they'll work through what we call Escalera and LISTO programs, which means Stairway and Reading, while offering academic guidance, assistance with college applications, career assessments, FAFSA, lead parent workshops in coordination, of course, with already existing staff and efforts, implement literacy interventions, and promote leadership. Coaches will also connect families to community resources. oversight, the Education and Career Pathways Program Manager will monitor progress using student feedback, academic data, and consultation with BCS staff for continuous evaluation. On our staff, we have 3 team members who are already doing some of this work, one dedicated to workforce, the other to post-secondary, but this would allow us to expand by 4 new members. So we would intentionally hire new personnel to help support this effort. Location, potential office spaces have been identified at Empower Middle at Putnam, Empower High at Carver, and Wilkerson Middle School. A 4th coach may serve as a floater to be based out of our offices, and services will be available to students at Carver, Parker, and Booker T. Washington. And this is what our proposal is. It's an overview. HECA actually seeks funding from a variety of sources, including federal, state, municipal, and corporate individual donors. Just so you know, our current budget for this year is $3.2 million, and that's continued to grow. In the last 7 years, we've doubled that budget, so we are actively always looking to grow our funding sources. We went from 1.6 in 2017 to 3.2 in 2025. And we've also doubled our staff. Just so you know, we've gone from 17 folks to 35 folks in the last 7 years. So we continue to grow and increase our impact across the state. And we request also in-kind support in the form of office space to make sure that folks have the ability to readily jump in and support our staff and teachers. And that is darker than I anticipated. So, that's the full allocation. So you see that the budget breakdown for what it costs HECA, it's about $500,000. And what we're asking there is $249,000. I hope that you all have better copies that you've been able to see, but that's what it breaks down to. The average salary that we're potentially offering, including with benefits, would be about $52,000 for each person, and they would be full-time HECA employees. Expected outcomes is to improve academic performance, grades, attendance, engagement, and readiness for secondary higher education. As a person who individually just adopted a 10-year-old boy from Nicaragua, I firsthand know the challenges of integrating our young people into our schools and making sure that they learn English as quickly as possible, but also pair them with folks that they can identify with and that they can blossom with, right? And so I think that this is an exciting opportunity to provide our students a real pathway to success. Then case management would be a big part of our approach, surveys and interviews to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and then data integrity. We have a data analyst at HECA, and we also work with other national organizations to make sure that our baseline metrics are in line with best practices. And then these are the alignments with your strategic plans: academic achievement, staff effectiveness, student well-being, and customer service. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. You may have plenty, and I'm eager to field any of them. Thank you so much.
Inside, I get scolded for always looking this way. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with you all, so I wanted to. Well, looks like there's no questions. I'm amazed.
No, I got questions.
Okay, all right, Ms. Bourne.
Yeah. Ms. Smith and I are just
Being kind, being very,
deferential.
that's right. Okay, Ms. Bourne.
So I'm excited about this and have been thinking that we ought to be partnering with the best Hispanic serving organization in the state, and that you can bring value to us. I'm a little bit, I guess, confused that we're just going to expand your programming in our schools. And is that what you said? Because I was sort of thinking you were going to be more available to help us do the things to fill in where we were not able to cover all that we needed to do.
It is both. Right.
Okay.
Our intention is to do the work that we've been doing in the schools already and expand upon that, but also intentionally with the guidance from Birmingham City Schools. I've talked to Dr. Williams, I've talked to Nancy, and we have been working through ways that we can complement everything that you all are doing in terms of literacy, in terms of FAFSA, in terms of being in the classroom as needed to help supplement and complement your efforts as well. So it is that as well.
Okay, and we like data, and you've said you wanted to help us with the data. So what I'd love to see is a baseline of where we are now with those students, and then how we have progressed with those kids each year that you are serving, and those that get the most, the time spent.
We would love that too. I
And
think
so
that's a great idea.
We should work together to make sure we aren't just saying words about this, that we need to get the baseline and move it forward. And then, will you explain again quickly who's getting served? Is it every school, or did I hear you say it was going to be in certain schools?
We have targeted particular schools with guidance from Birmingham City Schools as to which schools would make the most sense to begin with. They are Putnam, Carver, and Wilkerson at this point, with the ability to also work with students at Parker and Booker T. Washington, given the populations and how they're growing there. But we see this as year one. And as we deepen our relationship and see the growth with the student body, then we imagine ourselves potentially, as we grow our own capacity and understand the workings of the school system, to better deliver services throughout. But right now, Nancy was very clear as don't chew more than you can take on. And so I followed her guidance carefully.
Well, this is a big investment for us. This is a lot of resources. So, to the extent that all of our students need help in parent meetings and things like that, I hope you can help us beyond those few schools.
And I think that the intention would be that when they are having events for those families, we'll be there, right?
Yeah.
And so regardless of what school they go to, and as we'll be made aware of the events as they arise, and we'll make sure to have our dedicated team members there. That's what they will be here for.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
So a lot of my question was similar to what Mary was asking, just in terms of, in my mind, I was understanding that this would be more aligned with communications. So I guess my question was kind of around that, in terms of how does communication tie into all of this with what you all are doing?
I think that what we've been told in terms of Birmingham State Schools, that you all, are doing great work in terms of translation, interpretation, and we will be able to support as needed right there. But we're not trying to come in and say we're going to do this, right, in terms of in support in ways that would be most beneficial, and that we would not just be working communications, because I'll tell you that it's not just enough to interpret and translate. That there needs to be real deep work to be done academically in terms of student success and coaching and the post-secondary opportunities that exist, the workforce. Those are critical aspects of what we're trying to achieve. We can, and we do this, right, at HICA. We talk to folks in Spanish and in culture and in ways that are culturally relevant and competent, but it's not only that, right? We also have to provide pathways to opportunity. That's why our programs are dedicated to outcomes that are not just based on learning English, but what does learning English get you? And so that's where our focus is centered.
Okay, great. And maybe I wasn't, when I said communications, I also meant engagement. So that's good to know that we're going beyond just the school, the school day and the engagement as well.
Yes, ma'am. And so our intention is to work closely with parents and families as well. I think that's the real critical key component that HICA brings, because we are very well established within our community. But oftentimes, it's hard for families to get to us. And so this is also a great way to support families through the schools as well, to make sure that our young people have the most opportunities available to them, and that the parents understand. Because we understand that the decision makers in our families are mothers and grandmothers, and we want to make sure that we're reaching them clearly and intentionally and consistently.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, colleagues, for those questions. Thank you all for the presentation. I'm a little perplexed, because it feels like the presentation and also what I've read is offering like a myriad of things instead of sort of something that's clear and concise on what you all would be supporting the district with. So we've had the conversation around communications, but when I read the packet, what I interpreted was, and my interpretation could be wrong, but it was a proposal around working with the middle schools to direct students to a career path. And so essentially my question is, what exactly, in a sort of explicit way, like this is exactly what's going to be happening, and then also how are we assessing the success? I know Ms. Boehm asked a question around the baseline, but like how are we going to assess? You all mentioned case management. That is a lot. Like case management in itself is probably worth the amount that you all are asking. The proposal is for, but like how are we going to intentionally assess, and then how are based upon what you all are proposing to do, how are you going to work succinctly with what's already being offered in the district, from our parent engagement department to communications department to our counselors in the school system? So, you know, how are all of these things going to work together? And then the middle school initiatives that were implemented some time ago, and I see, you know, one of the schools in District 2, Putnam, is mentioned, but it's not technically Putnam, it is the Empower School that's being hosted at Putnam. So just for me, maybe before we vote in, you know, in a couple of weeks, if we could just kind of have something that's maybe just a one-pager on explicitly defining what this partnership is going to look like, so that we can know where to assess and ask questions around outcomes. We know that, you know, the district, we have a tremendous amount of our populations and our families are growing, and we're excited about it, and we want to be able to meet, and we will be able to meet every need of every family. But I think we need to do it in a very intentional way, so that as we grow, we're not taking advantage of the fact that HICA is, you know, you all are master of all things in the state. Like, you are, everyone is calling upon you to provide those supports. But what exactly can we do as a district to say, this is a way that we want to bring you all in as an explicit partner? Is it just in the space of communications? Is it, you know, when we talk about the 4 success coaches that are going to be coming, so if we provide the space, like, what exactly are these coaches going to be doing? Is it case management? Is it interpretation services? Is it discipline supports? Is it contacting parents? Like, what are those areas that we plan to be intentional around this partnership? And I may be rattling off a lot, but I think that's how my brain was processing that your proposal to us. So maybe Ms. Blanco, you all, Dr. Sullivan, I don't know, Dr. Williams,
I'll start, Ms. Blanco, and then you can. So one of the things when we reached out to Carlos, and Carlos reached out to us around this partnership, which was actually a natural fit, it was tied a lot to what has been happening nationally and trying to ensure that our students had a sense of safety when they came to school, and making sure that we provided students with the resources they needed in order to be successful, regardless of where those students came from. And so Carlos sent a proposal over, and to your question, Mrs. Blanco went through it with a fine-tooth comb, making sure that what services they would offer would be services that our students need in order for them to be successful academically and social and emotionally. And so, Ms. Blanco, do you want to talk a little bit about the scope of the work that you guys agreed on?
Yes, I'd be happy to, because these were some of the same details that we discussed as a team when we were initially reviewing the proposal. And I think that what we had to look at is, what are we already doing really well at BCS as a team internally? Where are we under capacity? Where are we over capacity? Where are the gaps? As well as with the education team at HICA, where are they already having success with us in their schools? Where can we see that they're building out programs that would help us fill those gaps? And specifically, we did narrow it down to, we really took translation and interpretation not completely off the table, but we actually are one of the very best staffed and resourced districts in the state of Alabama when it comes to translation and interpretation. I'm a board member for the Alabama-Mississippi TESOL organization and have been for about 4 years now. And a member for 15. And so I can say with great confidence that we're doing well in that department. We could definitely do better. We can always have, having HICA on site to support at schools' parent night events, I think will be a huge value add, because they provide those wraparound services for families that families rely on. That, as Carlos mentioned, they may not always be able to go to their office during their office hours to get to them. So this would provide them more access to that. But specific to the work that these coaches will be doing in the schools, what we've discussed is maybe a 70-30 or 60-40 split between focusing on the career work, whether that's delivering the the Escalera curriculum or the LISTO curriculum for those middle school and high school students, which I've seen, and it's provided through like a national network provider in Ethos US, right? And so that's a really high quality program that does have some success. I wish I did have more data on it to be able to share with you, but I think that that's something that we could gather to be able to show how this worked so far and how we would anticipate it to grow and how we should be able to measure it and make sure that it's successful. Talking about some of the case management services, and the reason it's not at as many locations yet is because those are so time consuming. When you talk about working alongside a family to complete the FAFSA, that may take multiple visits of multiple hours just for one student. And so Those are some of the success areas that we discussed where we can just expand what's happening instead of just having it at Carver and just having it at the Empowers. We can have it at more locations with more depth. And the kind of 30-40% part, we've identified a gap for our Empower Academy students who need additional support in literacy. And so even though that may not be the education team's area of expertise, this is something that is our area of expertise that we can provide training on to these staff members to help them be able to deliver direct instruction and small group targeted interventions when it comes to literacy. And so our team has been vetting and evaluating some curriculum and providers of PD and training for those as well to be able to address those gaps. Because we are working with sometimes students that, we have students who come to us each semester who cannot write their name, who cannot write numbers 1 through 10. And so it is, those students require extra support, and that's just one area where we're hoping to lean in and train up. And the opportunity for cross training is exciting because some of the things that their team may be better at than us, we would love to learn from them, but we're also excited to be able to teach these team members some of the things that we can know to work well for students.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just, processing that we're hearing tonight from the questions that we've asked, and I'm just thinking about, what's an impactful way to use, or not use, but, to gain this partnership in a way. And I don't know, it feels like it's direct work with Empowered to see, because we are already transporting our students there, for a number of, a few hours a day to offer those supports. Because another question that comes to mind for me is with FAFSA, have we done some sort of assessment with our high school students to hear from them saying that they are not going to college because they were not familiar with FAFSA? So how did, just wondering, how do we determine that FAFSA was an area that we needed supports in for our students to complete in order to go to college? So I'm just curious about, how did we, not how do we get here? I know how we got here because we need the support, but just being intentional around the partnership where we're going to have real impact. As Ms. Boehm said, it's a hefty amount. It's not like we haven't used resources in areas like this before, but just trying to be intentional around those expected outcomes, or a way that's going to help us streamline the supports that we do offer to families in the district.
Those are all excellent questions and points. And so I'll say a couple things. Nancy's absolutely 100% correct in that your interpretation translation services are excellent, and we see that every time we go to a parent night. And I'll also say that the HECA table is always full, right? There's a long line there, right, in terms of the support and services that we are able to provide. In terms of FAFSA, we see that every single day. We hear it. The FAFSA is an issue not just for Hispanic kids, it's an issue for all low-income kids. I mean, they messed that up last time around when they revised it. And so we've seen a tremendous need of education for not only our students, but our parents and families to fully understand what financial aid assistance may look like for them. So that's why it's included, because we see it every single day. And it is the number one question we get from families dedicated to getting ready for college. It's the FAFSA question, especially if there are other issues tied to the national environment situation. And so I think that that's something that we're very sensitive to in terms of, we don't want to come here and say that we're going to do all the things, right? And so we've been trying to be intentional. At the same time, we don't want to limit ourselves to just the students at Empower because of what we're able to offer Hispanic families broadly. I think that we would like and appreciate access to that population, but also realizing that there is a limitation of resources, because while 249 may sounds and is a big number, it, as we know, in terms of personnel and salaries, it can only go so far. And so we are trying to be thoughtful about what a real partnership looks like, and these are the dollars that are necessary to commit to that kind of partnership. And I think that these are things that can also be worked out in how we structure it in whatever contract that we'll have to sign and fulfill as well.
And Carlos, even with the 249, that is just a portion of what the total cost of what we're going to be getting back from your fundraising and from some of the grants that you've gotten. So it's not even paying all of what the services that we're going to receive.
Correct. And so, this would be about half of, for now, right? And with the intention of us continuing to scale. And just so you know, we are often leveraging the funds that we receive from our public partners to our private and foundation partners as well, so that we continue increasing and growing our efforts. And this is also part of our efforts to expand our Cradle to Career programming. We have been working diligently in Woodlawn, in Titusville, and in Carver, right, in these areas to make sure that we're serving our families. As you may know, we have robust programming and economic development and workforce training. So we are trying to expand upon this, and this is a great way to also engage our young people.
And then moving into next year, we know that the 11th graders this year will be 12th graders next year. That's going to be a requirement for graduation. So we want to make sure that every student has an opportunity to get a high school diploma, and providing these pathways for every student is important in order to ensure that every student has an opportunity to get a high school diploma.
Ms. Smith, then Mr. Collins.
So just real quickly, I guess this is for someone within the district. Can we get a copy of the district's strategic plan in terms of how we're engaging or how we're ramping up our engagement with our Hispanic community? Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Two quick questions. So you all are just going to be housed at these schools, but your reach is going to be across the district, correct?
Correct. I mean, I think that we'll be able to, we're already in the schools, right? We already work with the principal, we work with Principal Ishman, we work with the folks at Carver, and all these other schools, right? And I think that the intention is to get a sense, but I also want to set a healthy set of expectation as to, we're not going to be every single school based, there's 4 people, right? They're going to try their best. And I think that what's been really fruitful and working right now is how engaged the team has been. And so I can't thank Ms. Blanco enough for giving us guidance as to how to work with Birmingham City Schools, because y'all are doing a lot of things well. And so we want to be able to come in and support in areas where we can provide even more impact. But yes, these are, we want, because we could have just housed them potentially all at HICA, though I'm running out of space in my building, so if y'all know an extra building, that's a different issue. But the intention was to have them already in the school, so when they're relied and needed upon, they can just be there.
Okay. This question is probably for us, but what portion of it is the general fund? I see the district, so I'm assuming that's the general.
Yes, sir. It will be a combination of the general fund plus state ESL monies, which is English as a second language, a combination of the two.
So we don't have a breakdown percentage of what will be obligated with the general fund?
Not yet, because we hadn't received the final allocation from the state yet. It's based on the amount that we will be receiving from the ESL.
So those dollars go in first and then whatever?
Correct.
Okay.
And through the efforts of the legislation, that should be increasing as well, as the funding formula is shifting. And so we're excited about that as well.
I think I would like to just start by saying, giving shout out and kudos to HICA. They're probably one of the best ran nonprofits in the state of Alabama, and you can see that in their expansion. And I'm just honored that we can work with you all for our students. Also for Ms. Blanco and her team and Dr. Alex, they just do a phenomenal job. And I see that we already see the impact as our student outcomes continue to improve for our ELL community. And so lastly, shout out to Ms. Marbury. These types of partnerships have just deepened since she's been on our team. And I'm not just throwing that around loosely. We have seen growth in our partnerships, and these types of opportunities, they've been here. HICA's not new, but thankful to you coming on and truly taking the job to heart and making options and opportunities available that make a difference. I think my question really, or more of a statement in lines with what some of my colleagues have said around data, and I would just say, simply from being in the position that you guys are in a previous life, is that I think data also helps when there's a board or there's a future superintendent, future board who might not be, and there's no more Ms. Marbury or someone who's not as agreeable, and it's not a, data is irrefutable. And I think that when you can track, this is our impact, this is how we're moving the needle. I mean, whether a person likes you or not, when your data says that you're helping me accomplish my goals, then I think that those are those are points that can't be refuted, and I think that's what we need. And so however we quantify that, or the qualitative data will be very important. I guess my question, and really 3 more statements, oversight from Ms. Blanco or Dr. Sullivan. Who will the coaches be reporting to? Will they be reporting strictly to Carlos and his staff, or will they be reporting to people like yourself, Ms. Blanco, or Dr. Alex, or the principals? I mean, because in a past life, I've been housed inside of a school, but I was not a staff member of the school. And so I know how those lines can get blurred when one person is saying, hey, we need you to do this, when your real boss is telling you, show up over here. And we might not have that answer right now, but I just would like to know, like, how, for us to think through who's going to have the final say about how these employees will deploy their time, because they will feel pulled.
I think that the way it's been structured, they will be HECA full-time employees housed and dedicated fully their work to Birmingham City Schools. And so the school, it would be in coordination, but they would report to us, right? And that we are going to be held accountable. And I think that I agree fully, because this is how I measure my employees, right? In terms of their performance and impact, and we want to make sure. Look, I'll be quite frank. I've had to turn over a team the last 3 years because they weren't doing what they needed to do, right? And that's just, we don't play with people's money, especially when you all give it to us, right? To make sure that we are going to make that impact. So I don't have no qualms about you saying that we need data. That's fine. We live by that, right? And so that's not a problem for us. Sylvia knows, right? And so we are very comfortable with that. At the same time, we also, if they're going to be HECA employees, they need to report to us, right, to make sure that we live up to our end of the bargain. But we will be doing that in consultation with Birmingham City Schools, because we want to make sure that we're working as true partners in the schools.
That's awesome. Last 2 things is I would love if there's an opportunity to continue to build even like the cultural awareness of our staff, so that they will understand how to create deeper relationships with
I love that.
the students. And I think that there's just a lack of understanding. You know, sometimes when you just don't understand someone's culture and you want to develop that relationship, I think like with administration or teachers, just whoever, CMP, bus drivers, just understanding how to connect with those students. And there might be just little simple cues that you all will understand that they just won't know. And so if we could add that, just some cultural training for our staff, I think that would be very impactful.
And we do that, and we've done that with the city of Birmingham. We used to give trainings to all rookie law enforcement officers when they would start off, and so we would provide cultural competency training in that way, and I'd love to do that for the schools. I mean, I've also was a keynote speaker at the TESOL conference a number of years ago, and so we have materials that are readily available to do that kind of work.
Yeah, and I think like one of the things I think of is just that the misconception that many people probably have, I had at one point, is that everybody's not Mexican, like, you know, and that is something that people say, and you know, and if you're,
I don't speak Mexican, I'm not Mexican.
That's exactly right. And you make that assumption that we would be offended if someone, you know, said that we were some, you know, so I think that's really impactful.
But I appreciate that, because, you know, to your point, I'm Nicaraguan, Sylvia's Colombian. At HECA, we have people from 9 different countries.
That's right.
And we all have our cultures and even linguistic uniqueness in how we communicate. She'll say something, I'm like, what are you saying?
That's right.
But we're happy to provide that sort of nuance.
And the last thing is, I don't know with our dual immersion if there's any type of
we're very excited
partnership.
about that.
Okay. All right.
And that's critical, right? I think that, you know, we went to Booker T and started a pilot program for the middle school, and a part of that effort is that dual language immersion is, I mean, I think speaks to the innovation that's occurring in Birmingham City Schools, and we want to be partners in those efforts as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Wilson and Mr. Sullivan.
I'm curious, how do each of you identify yourself?
That's a great question. Man, I want to put you on a podcast. You have a great voice. But we Hispanic, Latino, right? I think that I use those terms interchangeably, though they don't mean the same thing. We could get into a whole little session. I used to be a professor of history for Latin American history, but Hispanic refers to language, meaning that you speak Spanish. Latino refers to geography. You come from Latin America. So in short, you know, Hispanics include Spaniards, but not Brazilians because they speak Portuguese. Latinos includes Brazilians, but not Spaniards because they're not coming from Latin America, right? As in terms of academic definitions, right? Now, generationally, there's different words, right? I think younger folks, Gen Alpha, Gen Zs, will use terms like Latinx to be more inclusive and challenge the gender binary, right? And that's what they use. Gen Xers like myself and millennials don't as much, right, in terms of Latinx and Latine, but Latino. But if you ask most people how they would prefer to identify, it's by national origin. So when I'm talking to my white and black friends, I quick to say Latino, but when I'm talking to someone else who's Hispanic, I'm like, I'm Nicaraguan, right? And so there's distinctions there. I hope that didn't make that more confusing. Yeah. It's 24 countries, right, that make up Latin America.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, not really a question, more of a comment. Again, just thank you for the presentation. I've grown to know Hika over the years, so I want to thank you for the partnership with Birmingham City. But I guess my question was more around who's going to be housing what President Meadows was saying. So I'm interested in that. Like President Meadows said, we may not have the information right now, but I'm definitely interested in who's going to be responsible. I know they're going to be reporting to Hika, but we want to make sure that, we have that.
At BCS, that person will be me. I will be their contact person and responsible for coordinating among these different departments with whom we've discussed today in the conversation.
All right, so thank you. Thank you again.
I think that concludes. I just want to, my Leadership Birmingham, the best class ever. Miss Sylvia is also in my class, and so I'm just excited to see you. Good to see you, Sylvia.
Great seeing you too. Thank you so much for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you, Ms. Blanco, for adjusting your schedule. Mr. President, we'll get back on schedule. I'm going to ask Mrs. Marbury to come up with a strategic plan update. And Ms. Barbier, you can stay up for the item A under the agenda items.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To Board President Meadows, Vice President Collins, Superintendent Sullivan, and to everyone here this evening. Our strategic plan update for the month of May is going to be centered around our parent and family engagement. And I have with me this evening Dr. Lakeisha Douglas, who is our Parent Involvement Program Specialist. But we're going to change that name, hopefully, to be Parent Engagement, because that is what we're focusing on here in Birmingham City Schools, is to have fully engaged parents. So, here.
Good evening, everyone. So glad to be here with you all today. Dr. Sullivan, President Meadows, and our board members, thank you all so much for having me. As Ms. Marbury said, that our BCS strategic plan, in conjunction, of course, with parent and family engagement, is very important. And so the importance, of course, of parent and family engagement is everything should be geared towards student achievement. And when we have an active parent engagement program in each school, we will see higher academic performances. We will also see cognitive development, better attendance and behavior, stronger school climate, and of course our increased equity of our parents and families. As Ms. Marbury said, that parent and family engagement, as well as community stakeholders, they are a part of our one of our priority areas, and parent and family engagement falls under customer service. As our strategic plan, our goals, BCS will simplify and streamline communication methods so that all families, community partners, and other stakeholders will feel supported. And I want to say to that perspective that there are two main areas of measurement success for our parent engagement sector, which will, the two things being that we want to make sure that our parents and families feel engaged with the district and that they feel supported with our district. Now, to measure that, there are two ways or some areas that are focus of how we will measure that. If you see two things on the screen, which is our fall survey and spring survey. So we take that twice a year. The one on the left, which we call eProof Cognia, that is the survey, parent fall survey, that the State Department of Education mandates that we conduct at least once a year. We have always conducted it twice a year because we want to have that comparative data to see if our increase that parent responses. This year, because of our new district strategic plan, we have decided to do the spring survey strategically based off the questions of the goals of our strategic plan. So we have 6 particular questions that will pertain to if parents feel supported and if parents feel engaged with the district. And then we have 2 demographic questions that will help us identify to make sure we are meeting the needs of all of our parents, and that we, of course, he could just left, so they specifically work in conjunction with Ms. Blanco to make sure that we are meeting those needs of our ESL parents as well. What you see before you now is our strategic plan goals and our targets. We took the baseline of our fall survey, which gave us 80%, and the numbers that you see is based off of the responses of parents and if they feel that we have met those needs, and what we call a measurement of positive feedback. So you will see 80% of agreed. That means either strongly agreed or agreed that they feel engaged or supported. So that was our baseline fall. So the spring, we have 82%. That is our goal. And I'm happy to say that we did meet that 82% of goal for our spring survey. Now, this is a chart of a breakdown of a holistic by Birmingham City Schools, and you will see that the 82% is the goal, but it's also what we achieved. Now, that came from 83%, meaning that we provided 83% of feedback that came from if they feel engaged, supported, and 81% felt that they feel engaged with their child's school, and that means that's an average of 82. On the demographic responses, they're highlighted to make sure that we are we're reaching enough of our EL parents. Out of the surveys, we have top three parent survey responses. In conjunction, that's across the board. The main top 3 responses is that communication, they want more consistent communication. Parents also felt like the parent guides, they need parent guides to help them work with their children, and mainly literacy and mathematics. And then they also stated that parent activities and workshops at school, that even though we have all of those things, the key word is consistency across the board. And on the right side, there's just a little framework of a picture of our latest parent power session that we are always connecting. We have those at least once a month, sometimes twice, where we engage parents on the district level, and we encourage all of our schools to make sure that they get this information out to their schools, to their parents. Now, how will we accomplish making sure that we increase? Because every year we will increase by 2% of that goal. 82% was this year. Next year it will move up to 84%. So what will we do to make sure that the needle keeps rising? So some of the parent engagement strategies that we will make sure that we're implementing is academic support, school and district information, making sure that their parents have access to the local school information as well as the district, communication and language access, meaning that they have an opportunity to give feedback and to collaborate with teachers and principals through newsletters, different other formats to make sure that communication is ongoing. And also through family workshops and training where they can get the resources and the strategies that they need to work with their scholars at home. And that is it right now. So if you all have any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Just real quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan. And then Ms. Bond.
I know we have approved some, I guess, you know, when you walk into a school, you can scan the QR code. I could have missed it. Are we including that as feedback too as well for the parent engagement, or is that something different that we're going to be doing?
So those QR codes that are on the boards that you see in the schools, those are really a response to feedback from parents about Let's Talk, the communication they receive at the front desk, how we're our customer service. That's really more in line with that. The feedback that we receive from the Title I surveys and from the Panorama surveys really speak to the sense of belonging, the sense of parents feeling like they're engaged with the school. So that speaks more to that.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Bond?
Yeah, so thank you for this information. The 82% of all respondents were positive. How many did we have that participated? If y'all could give us information about that, it would be great.
Yes, that is, and I have to put my glasses on so I can see that. So, but we had a total of 9,547 responses. Okay. And there is a breakdown on that right side of the background, the demographic, to let you know how male versus female and, you know, to specific detail.
Do you have it by school, and do you have it by Hispanic families and other things like that?
Yes, ma'am. So every school has their own individual report that will let us know how many responded to their school and actually and how many respondents gave open-ended responses as well as the multiple choice of responses.
Is there, is that something that you could provide to us?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I just got a report from Panorama today. They gave me a bulk report by school, so I will be glad to
I know everybody
provide
wants to look at that, right?
Yes.
Thank you, that'd be great. And then, you know, customer service is also, should be folded in somehow, because the things we hear in our customer service reports are gonna be what our families want us to hear. So let's be sure we're connecting on that level too. And to be very specific about numbers going forward in terms of this is how many parents attended at each school, these are the number of meetings we had, this is we need data.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes,
So that
ma'am.
would be really great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So kind of in line with what Mr. Sullivan asked, my question is, I know the screen, that the QR code, those are more around the customer service. Mm-hmm. I'm just curious, so the Panorama and eProof, how do parents engage those? Is that like via email, or how do they access that?
There are 4 ways that they can access that survey. One is through the district website. Mm-hmm. One is through a QR code to give feedback. And we actually have a text number that they can text the word survey, and the survey comes right to their phone. And then the last documentation is, we have the QR code, the website, the phone number, and one more link. There is a link, an actual link that they can access.
Okay, and I was just curious as to, Ms. Marbury, do you know the access on, like people using the screen, the QR code? Is that the QR code that you all have for this survey? Does it also run on a loop on that screen, or where do parents engage that QR code?
It doesn't currently, but there are things that get pushed out through our parent and family coordinators at each school. Okay. The principals are really good of pushing this out as well. I can speak as a parent and tell you I get reminders all the time to complete my surveys. So there's lots of ways, lots of different touch points that we have for people to make sure they are fully engaged with these surveys. And the other thing is that I would just like to bring to mind that Dr. Douglas does a really good job of making sure that this information is relayed back to our principals, and then they build their improvement, their ASIPs off of this information. Because we want parents to understand this is just not a thing that you're taking one time and then we do nothing with it. This is like our strategic plan. We're not building this to sit on a shelf. We're building this to be responsive to the feedback that we receive.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that. And your statement prompted me to ask a question. Is there an example of how maybe some feedback was given and then the school was able to make an adjustment?
Yes, so we are in the process right now of making sure that first of all, our principals have the information, and then I have set up time where I meet with them and their instructional leadership team to actually combine that data with the open response and the strategic plan and build from that. Like she said, our ASIP, which is our continuous improvement plan, but they also have a local parent engagement plan. So all of the data that we have for them, I'm showing them how to align all of these things, because it's not just extra work, it's not a checklist, it's an actual parent engagement plan that has benchmarks and making sure that the parents and the feedback that they give are being utilized daily, not just on benchmark time, but daily progress.
Got it. Thank you. Dr. Sullivan, our parent engagement specialists, do we have one at each school, or it's at the?
Yes, we have our parent coordinators at each school. Now, however, the parent coordinators at each school are based on the need and the availability for each school. That is not a position that is paid for by the district.
Right? It's the title. Our principals are using their title funds for that. That's
and then
probably
also
my turn.
make sure that they understand that as part of Title I, that you have to spend 1% of your
there's a
Title I
1%
money
set aside.
Yeah, exactly. For
that has
parent
to be
involvement.
spent directly on parent engagement. Now, I will say that most of our schools go above and beyond that 1% that they invest in parent engagement. So it's not, they only get maybe $2,000 or $3,000, depending on their allocation, but many of them give more in parent engagement that's required.
Yeah, thank you. I do know, there are several schools in our district that are definitely, highly using their parent engagement specialists, taking the feedback, and some of those parents are, they are worth being hired as full-time employees because they're so vested.
Yeah.
And the stories behind a couple that I knew about were essentially their child was having some challenges, and the principal invited the parent in to start having conversation, and as a result, those parents decided, I'm going to allocate some time to be more engaged and involved, and then it turned into the opportunity to be an engagement, parent engagement specialist or coordinator, which they took, to heart. And so I think, that's great that if this type of work that we're doing, these types of assessments can turn into that. We have 20,000 students and 7,000 to 8,000 employees or better, so there's a lot of different personalities to manage and try to get everybody on the same page to really try to offer that top tier. Sometimes we have bad days, and so it's difficult, and it just depends on when those encounters are. But just wanted to thank you, and for this being a part of our strategic plan, and you taking it to heart, and then of course, my classmate being at the helm of this, and that's just as a board, making sure that our partnerships and parent engagement is a key part of our strategic plan, because it's key. Without students and parents, then, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas.
Thank you.
Ms. Mulberry, item A.
So I'd also like to bring forward the renewal and continued contract for the DM group, the district management group, to continue to support our implementation of the Birmingham City Schools strategic plan. This contract amount does not exceed $150,000.
No questions?
And what will that buy us?
So they will continue to assist us with our implementation. We have routine meetings with our subcommittees, each one that is tied to our subcommittees that are tied to our alignment in our priority areas. We will have monthly monitoring to review data and initiatives, and they will continue to really help keep us focused on those initiatives, helping us work through things that we need to do to push forward our strategic plan. I will also say that in thinking about the value of this, there are a lot of times where you work with strategic planning and you say, oh, I really don't need that. We're good now. We've got this. But there's always good to have that accountability piece as well. And thinking about the way that we have really tried to focus on our BCS strategic plan as being something that is a continual improvement for our district, I think the DM group has been invaluable in helping us move forward.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Do you know if there have been any areas identified that we maybe need to change in the contract in terms of where we may need to pivot supports or anything different than what they proposed to us from the beginning? Now that we've had, 3 years of, or not 3, 2? No, we're really still in the implementation phase of our work with the DM group right now. And again, we want them to continue to working with us through this because we want this to keep being a point of development for our
Didn't I read that perhaps they were going to help us adjust the goals? If we'd already met some goals, that we would...
Yes, of course. This is always a way for us to look back and refine what we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Marvera.
All right, Mr. President, I'm going to ask Dr. Hines if she would come up. We have a partnership with Sanford University, and we really want to expand the work that we're doing with them to provide additional opportunities for our employees. So, Dr. Hines, if you would come forward.
Dr. Hines, before you move forward, due to how much longer we have, and then we have a special call board meeting, I'm going to ask board members as we move forward to just limit their questions to one, if there's any. And if there are more questions beyond that, if we can just email that, if you don't mind.
I do not mind.
You don't mind, Dr. Hines?
Not
all right, thank you,
at
Dr. Hines. Thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening.
President Meadows.
Good evening, Dr. Hines.
Dr. Sullivan, board members. I can make this very short because a few weeks ago, the staff from Sanford came and presented to you the plan for working with the employees of Birmingham City Schools. At that time, we only did half of their proposal. And so what I'm presenting to you tonight is the second half of that proposal for our teachers to work on their EDS certification. Currently, we do have 10 employees who have been accepted to work on their 18 hours for administration or their masters as a part of the Sanford program, and those classes will begin next week. So now we'll be able to accept 10 additional candidates to work on their EDS if you approve this. Is that short enough?
It was no reflection on your presentation, Dr. Hines, at all. Colleagues, any questions?
I have a question, sorry.
Ms. Bowen, I said one question.
I know it. So I would like to see data on the 10 that are in the master's program. Usually if we're asking for an expansion, we get some data about exactly that we have 10, they're all fully engaged, da-da-da. Whatever you want to tell us about that, I'd like to know.
Okay. So currently, there are 10 who are finishing up from the previous year. And so they will be graduating either this summer or in December. And they are doing very well.
Good. And then, and so just what you can give us about that would be great. Secondly, are there, I know we have approved other partnerships with universities. Can you remind us, not tonight, but in information on what, who else we're partnering with?
Okay, I'll get that.
And so I could add a little bit to the context of that. You know, we have reached out to UAB, and I think Dr. Classberry is in conversation with them to expand the partnership, Miles College as well. So we can provide that information.
Yes.
Any
Any
more?
other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Hines. I don't think.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask that Mrs. Glover come up with the budget amendment. That this is that time of year. Mrs. Glover.
For the voting, we're just gonna hear it, so we won't have the special, yes, yeah.
Good evening. Protocol has already been established. This is the FY25 budget amendment. The presentation will cover new awards, carryover funds, personnel modifications, line item budget adjustments, and a few topics from the legislative updates. For the new awards, this will be the list, and it will be 2 slides, 3 slides of new awards. The grand total will be the $11,277,425.85. The 3 decks that you have before you are all new awards that would have come after the September the 15th presentation from the budget itself. So these were late awards that we did receive. I won't go through the 3 slides, but if there's anything within the 3 slides that you want specifics on, I have the executive cabinet that will be present as well to answer any of these questions. Outside of the new awards will be carryover, and the carryover are the funds that we had already received prior year, and these are the balances that remained for this year. Now, everything that's listed for carryover will be the items that must be spent by or on September the 30th, 2025. Typically, we rarely see state carryover balances, but the state has allowed for many of these funds to carry over. And so with the state carryover that's on the left for the first 2 slides, the grand total will be the $32.4 million. Federal carryover is what you typically see anyway from year to year as it relates to those federal allocations. So from IDEA Part B to the IDEA preschool, all of the title carryovers, including school improvement, that totaled the $6.5 million. For the personnel modifications, these are the items that are coming before you for consideration. The first item would be the lead district counselor. The only thing that has changed on this one is the funding source. Previously, in years past, it has always been funded out of Title I, but for this year, the state did come back and say that these lead district counselors should not be funded out of the Title I district level funding. And so that was one of the changes that we did have to make, moving those funds from Title I to the general fund, and that will be the $1,080,000. The next item would be the project manager and groundskeeper. Those 2 positions will be removed in order to repurpose it for a new position that will be called the Assistant Officer of Planning and Logistics. That will report to the Chief of Staff. And to the far right, where you see the annual salary plus the benefits, it gives you what the grand total is. 3 pages down, if you need to refer back to any of those, because those slides, I'm giving you just the grand total for the fringe benefits and the salary, but this particular slide will break down for every position what the base would be, what the total benefits would be to get to that grand total that you see on these slides. The next position would be not a repurposed position, but a new position, and the position is called a travel analyst. For this particular position, what we were hoping to do in the finance department was to eliminate the delay, if you will, from the travel that is being processed, whether it's booking the hotel, booking the flights, taking care of registration, and of course, when all of the employees return from any professional development, taking care of that reimbursement piece. All of this will now be moved from the current person that actually handles it all is in the accounts payable department, and the person that was actually taking care of all of this, it is delaying the accounts payable procedures and processes and causing minor delays. And so it's really a whole position of a person that truly needs to be in this position rather than someone else managing it on the side. The next position is a communication specialist, bilingual. Now for communications, they have several, but this particular position was specifically for bilingual. So the proposed request is for the communication specialist to be repurposed to a bilingual coordinator. It will still report to the strategic and communications officer for a total with benefits of $39,904. The next position was a legal assistant to be repurposed from a legal assistant to a paralegal. Once you're moving from one position to the next, the grand total of what the difference will be, including benefits, will be the $31,693. The next position would be a project manager support position. This position will be eliminated from the salary schedule, being a cost savings of $52,843. Customer service representative, this was just moving from one level to another. The total cost with benefits would be $11,230. This will still report to the technology officer. The next position would be a program specialist. This will be a new position that is being proposed. It will it will report to the coordinator of strategic partnerships. The base salary plus the benefits would total $113,790. The coordinator of strategic partnerships, this position is being requested to repurpose from that particular position to a senior executive director reporting to the chief of staff. Base plus benefits would total $50,440. The next position will not be a repurpose. Instead, it will be a new position. The position will be a dual enrollment specialist reporting to the IS of post-secondary success. Total base plus benefits, $113,790. 3 resource teachers are being proposed on a 10-month contract, and they will be reporting to each of the networks 1, 2, and 3. This particular one will come out of Title I. It will be $80,340 base plus benefits times the 3 resource teachers, totaling $241,020. The last position will be a DLI coach, dual language immersion. This particular position will be new at Washington, following reporting to the principal. The total, $80,340. The grand total of all of the proposed positions will total the $1.7 million, And if you break it down, out of the 1.7 million, 241,000 will be Title I, and 1.5 million will be the general fund. This was the breakdown that I mentioned earlier. If you'll see to the left, you see every position that is being proposed. You see what the annual salary is, plus the benefits to the right of it. And so the highlights of yellow shows you exactly what the fringe benefits will be. So as an example, program specialist, the base is the 85,000, plus the benefits of the 27,000, total that 113,000 that I had on the previous slide. So with everything that has been taken care of or done, the budget amendment will also include just line item adjustments. And this is just moving monies from one account to the next. If we received an increase within the revenues, we will have to increase the expenditures to have level funding. So these were the adjustments that were made. For this particular slide, this is the budget, and it's just showing you all of the revenues that have been budgeted, all of the expenditures that have been budgeted. Close to the bottom, the second line that says beginning fund balance, it shows our 210.4. It's showing what we're projected to end the fiscal year. Now remember, even though this is a budget, this is projecting what it would be if all of the expenditures that we had budgeted would be spent, leaving a balance of the 170.7. And it shows the 7.04 had everything as of September the 30th would be spent. The final slide would be the legislative updates. Now, even for the new school formula, the RAISE Act, this will take care, this will actually start for the upcoming fiscal year, as well as the ETF FY26 Foundation Program. We have received the allocations for the upcoming school year, so this is what we'll be planning next after the budget amendment has been submitted to the State Department. The two items that will be available before September 30th ends will be the Parental Leave Act that will actually take place and get approved for July the 1st of 2025. And the EAT, the Education Advancement and Technology Supplement, these are monies that we typically have seen for the last 7 or 8 years. I do know that for the prior year, we received $21 million. For FY26 upcoming, even though we're getting ahead of it, we will be receiving approximately $22 million. So these two, the Parental Leave Act and the supplemental monies, these will be available prior to FY26. So we should be receiving those, the EAT monies, within the next month or so. This concludes the budget amendment for FY25. I can entertain any questions.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. My one question is, the salaries for the counselors, is that?
For the district counselors, one thing about it is that for all of the district counselors, they're not a 9 or 10-month or 11-month contract. It's a 12-month contract for all 8, and that's the grand total. With benefits.
So that's their whole, of these 8 counselors, that's their whole, that's their salary that.
It has to be fully funded, yes, sir. That's the full amount.
So how will we, so these particular, so lead counselor is just a designation that we put on a regular counselor, correct? I mean, they're regular counselor, but they have this title and responsibility, and I understand we gave them a pay increase based on being lead, right?
Yes, and we have Dr. Lewis, but the lead counselor, the title is because they have additional duties.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I'm saying when we increased, basically we gave them more money for those increased duties,
and
right?
And as she said, they are now 12 months. All the rest of our counselors are 10 months.
Okay, so they were being so a counselor is usually paid out of what pot of money?
That's usually a district-funded unit,
Right.
not district, state-funded.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
From
So-
the ADM, the average daily membership, that's what they earn anyway, but it's not on the district level. These would be the classroom 10-month.
So in other words, so the state pays us based on the population that they have and the enrollment that they have at the school for.
Correct.
They get that. Okay. So I'm saying, and that money comes out of the general fund already?
No, are you talking about the 10-month counselors or the 12-month, the lead counselor?
No, the 10 month.
So those counselors are earned based on the ADM.
I understand. Where does that money come from?
The foundation program, state.
Okay, so they basically give us the money that does not come out of our general fund money, right?
No, sir.
So we're moving their entire salaries over to the general fund?
I think it's two classifications that we have.
Okay.
The counselors that you're referencing, those are the counselors that were earned from the students, the number of
Yes.
students we have.
Gotcha.
Those are the classroom counselors from what we earned, whether they're media specialists, the counselors, the AP, the principal, those type classifications were earned from the State Department. Over and beyond that is what we have of the lead counselors.
So it's 8 lead counselors. That's what I'm looking.
Correct.
Okay. I guess I'm still not really.
So, the lead counselor position was something that came about, was it 2018?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
It was
understand that.
2018 as a result of some work that we needed to do in the state. So that position was brought in at that time. Like she said, it was funded through Title I. The state has told us that we can no longer fund it through Title I.
So their entire salaries were paid out of Title I plus the increase. So before they were lead counselors, they were counselors inside the schools, right?
Yes.
So when we changed their title, we moved their entire salaries over to Title I? Or
Correct.
did we just pay the increase?
No,
out of Title I?
so those individuals were, they had to apply for those jobs,
I
and then, so
understand.
their entire salary was paid out of the Title I, and then their former positions were interviewed for, and they were replacements hired for them. So their entire salary was paid out of Title I. If that makes sense.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is that I'm looking at 1.8 million, about $1 million going over into the general fund. And also, what I know is that when we give out pay increases or they get an increase, that money's, because it's in the general fund, those salaries are gonna increase within the general fund. And I don't know, I'm just thinking, since they have the designation of being a counselor, why don't we, is it possible that we could just absorb the increase over in general fund opposed to their entire salary being? Because that's what I'm trying to understand. The state said we can't make lead counselors, we can't pay them out of federal dollars, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, but the problem with that is, Mr. Collins, they don't earn these units. These are over and above what they've already earned. So the state, part of the foundation pays none of their salary. So there's no money in the foundation program for over and above the units that you earn. It's similar to where principals pay for additional teachers out of Title I. So that's above what the state provides. So we're providing them an extra layer of assistance at the high schools because of some of the concerns that we had in the past.
I understand that. Okay. So let me ask this, just a follow. When it's time for them to get pay increases, that's going to be absorbed by the general fund too.
Yes, sir. Just like any other position, any step raise that they get or any state mandated raise, all employees receive that across the board regardless of what fund they're paid from.
Yeah. So that gives me a little bit of angst.
Well, I think one of the things we got to be mindful of, and the total of the amendment as far as personnel is about how much money, Mr. Glover?
1.7 million.
For the amendment.
And we
it's
have
1.7.
$185 million in reserve. and that's probably less than 1% of that 185. So in order, if everything is steady, it would take 185 years to spend that money down if we stayed at the same level, right?
Respectfully, that's funny math.
I mean,
funny math. Because we respectfully, we can't use it. We can't say we got this much money when we ready to spend it, and when we looking at things we want to spend it on, well, we can't really do that because we got to protect that. So we either got to protect this general fund, and I'm up here to protect the general fund, those dollars, because I know, I come from an era when we were, $4 million into the general fund.
I was here then.
Yeah. So that's not fun.
Well, and I think the difference is we have different systems in place to ensure that we don't go into that era again, because I remember that era well. And even with the budget that we have now, the money that we budgeted for this year, we are under what the projections that we thought we would spend. So we're not spending to what we're budgeting to already. Is that right, Ms. Glover?
Yes, sir,
so
that's
every
correct.
year we actually have a surplus that goes back into the general fund and is building our general fund out. Is that correct, Ms. Glover?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And with most of the personnel that I speak about every month with the financials on a monthly basis, because we're not full or filled to capacity, we'll always have that amount that we have to budget just in case all the positions are filled. But every year we have a couple of months of reserve that has not been spent, that just adds to the surplus.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
I just want to make a comment right in here. I just think that, I thank you for the budget presentation and the amendments, but I just don't see Board Member Williams, I'm talking in third person, just supporting any additions right now, just because for me, the uncertainty of where we're headed in terms of, potentially federal supports that could trickle down to state supports being interrupted for critical programs that we have, and really having to then sit down and determine, what programs and certainly personnel are we keeping. And I'm not saying that, I don't want the public or anyone to think that there's been any conversations like that. This is just my forward thinking around, what the potentials are.
Let me address that as well. We have needs today. And, we have students who have, and the adjustments that we're making are addressing the needs that we have today. We have not heard anything from the federal government around what cuts they may or may not make. We do know that in the federal budget, every item involving schools have been cut except for charter schools. And so what we have to do, because even this small amount of, I know it's relative, it pales in comparison to what, $68 million that we get from the federal government, 14% of our total budget. So, if that level of cut happens, I would assume, as we did and Mr. Collins was here in 2014, when we wanted to increase career academies, we wanted to increase fine arts, we wanted to increase foreign language. Our school board, led by our mayor, who was school board president at the time, went out and used their political power and leveraged their political will to get a tax increase, for a 3-meal tax increase. So we would hope that if that situation happened, that we would have to leverage some of our political will in order to ensure that the citizens of Birmingham wanted to keep our level funding and continue the programs that we have seen working over the last 5 years. So we don't want or have been told that we're going to have that major cuts, but we do recognize that there is a difference of priorities in the federal government, and that some of those priorities don't seem to be supporting traditional public education. And so we have to make sure that we are forward-thinking, that we are making adjustments, but at the same time, we have to do the things to ensure that the students who are sitting in our classes today are being taken care of. So,
Mr. Wilson, then Ms. Bone.
Great point, Dr. Sullivan. I just want to publicly acknowledge the late John Veda Smith of the Southwest Improvement Association, along with Harvey Henley, who were advocates in the community to make sure that the ad valorem tax passed. And it was hard work, man. But overall, the citizens of Birmingham overwhelmingly supported the education of our children. You just brought back a great memory, man. And I just wanted to acknowledge those men. Yes, sir.
Ms. Baum?
Yeah, Dr. Sullivan, I have a lot of questions which I have shared with y'all, and I would like to get together sometime soon before we vote on this to talk more specifically about that and welcome anybody else that wants to join. Ms. Glover, you gave us in the Finance Committee some forward-thinking, multi-year impacts that were not great in terms of where we might end if we continue to spend at the same level. Now we're saying we're going to spend at a higher level of nearly $2 million, not that much. But how would those multi-year impacts be impacted by that decision to do that? I mean, given you've already told us that we really would be struggling just as we were.
So, and Ms. Glover, I'll start this and I'll let you continue. So based on those projections, there were two realities that we baked into the cake. One reality was that if we continued to spend at the level we were spending for ESSER, which we have not. The second reality is that we continue to have a decline in enrollment, which we have not. So we've had the first enrollment, and Ms. Glover, correct me if I'm wrong, does that not equate to first positive enrollment in 3 decades? And what that equated to was $6.3 million additional. So we did not account for having, I noticed a slight increase, but it's still $6.3 million added that we weren't projecting, because the projection was based on the continuous loss of students, not gaining of students. Is that right, Ms. Love?
That's correct. And a lot of the items that you have before you are one-time items, like the $19 million for the new central office that we are proposing. Some of the items that we do have are not reoccurring, and so we will see decreases along with other line item adjustments year to year.
But all the salaries, if we intend to, sustain those people, would be multi-year recurring.
If fully filled, yes, ma'am.
If fully filled. And I just want to make one comment about the size of the district office and how this will add, 10 folks. And so to the extent that we can be thinking about ways to support our schools or reallocating some of this to go to schools, I just hope we might think about that. But that's a conversation you and I can have. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Glover.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. Go, Ms. Glover.
Do I do the 4-day work week while I'm here, or you want to come back to me?
I think we have a question over here.
Ms. Harville.
I just had one quick question. There are a lot of personnel positions that you cover, but particularly I want to highlight one on page 9, and that's the DLI coach, which you mentioned is going to be housed at Washington K-8. And I don't think I had a chance to give an update from the dual language immersions program kickoff that we had at Washington, but we were able to fill every one of those seats. And so I just want to share that with our colleagues here. The importance of that position, and I had an opportunity to talk to the teachers, the kindergarten teachers, the first grade teachers that are going to be teaching exclusively in Spanish, and then also the ones that are going to be teaching exclusively in English. And so I hope that we'll do what's necessary to make sure that they're supported, and so we can successfully scale out that program year by year.
I also just want to echo real quickly. We talk about the first enrollment increase in 3 decades. We've heard reports tonight on the Martha Gaskin's expansion of our pre-K program. That's more students. We talk about HICA supporting our Hispanic community. That is also attractive to continue to increase enrollment. And so, unfortunately, I've said this before, and I'll continue to say this, every student, whether we like it or not, they equate to dollars, and it's why it's important that
we continue to bolster these programs, bring in these supports. Those coaches that he are going to provide, they continue to make our students feel welcome. And you saw right behind them, and I'm saying this because all of these things are connected. To people who don't attend all these meetings and watch these things, it seems disjointed. But if you notice, right behind Hika came Dr. Douglas in parent engagement. And so you saw how those coaches continue to increase the engagement of our parents. And the parents are the ones who decide where they send their children to school. And so, again, I think that it would be remiss. The first increase in enrollment in 3 decades, I mean, that's longer than some people in this room have been alive. And so I think that speaks to the leadership of Dr. Sullivan and this board and the work that we're doing. I'll finish with this. I'm a marketing major. People speak with their feet. And whether we like it or not, whatever the business is, and we're doing a phenomenal job. That also speaks to the work that Ms. Stewart is doing in our communications, telling the story of why we are the best option for their children. And so I'm just, again, we hear the dollars, but all of that goes back to, and that was not even a huge increase of students, but you see that one increase, $6.3 million, that allows us to continue to do this work. So we just have to continue to push forward and offer the best product for families. Thank you.
I think that the org chart kind of dovetail with your budget, so then
I'll return in a minute.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Glover.
Well, actually, we're going to adjust it just a little bit for
we'll call you back,
and then we'll call you back up.
You don't get to leave early, Ms. Glover.
I see Mr. Lyons, Dr. Lyons is sitting back there with his arm folded. Dr. Classberry.
I also want to point out that Board Member Collins did exceed the 1 question limit. I just, in equity of I just want to put that out there because I know other board members were thinking it. They didn't say it, but I saw it on their face. I saw it on their face.
I do apologize.
Okay.
Especially when I said
you were the one
suggested it.
Thank you. All right. I just want to put that out there. All right.
But we talk about the money, though.
Thank you, Dr. Classberry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Board President Meadows, Vice President Collins, board members, Dr. Sullivan, Superintendent. Good evening. Here this evening to present the proposed organizational chart with the changes that Mrs. Glover just presented. The first slide here is our current organizational chart with the board, Dr. Sullivan, General Counsel, CSFO, the Chief of Staff, and those that report to him, along with the other members of the Executive Cabinet. The second slide refers to the first proposed changes with the highlighted areas at the bottom where we have a proposed change in the Partners in Education to be changed to the title Strategic Partnerships and Community Engagement. The second change is Student Support Services to now report to the Chief of Staff. Slide 3, this is our current slide that has Superintendent reporting to the Board, General Counsel, and CSFO, along with the Executive Cabinet reporting to the Chief of Staff. This is current. Yes, ma'am. Where you have highlights, that will be changes made. So this is our current slide. This slide is one of the first proposed positions, the Assistant Officer of Planning and Logistics that would report to the Chief of Staff. And please let me know if you would like to have any additional explanations of any positions so I can have that explained to you. At the bottom of the chart there we have the Strategic Partnership and Community Engagement with the second position change to Senior Executive Director, and to the right of that, Student Support Services, where the Instructional Superintendent of Student Support is indicated there. This slide has highlighted in yellow the vacant paralegal position that is being proposed with our general counsel. This slide here will be a name change regarding the particular department where we have safety and security. This slide has the change of name to school safety, changing from safety and security to school safety. This is slide 7. From safety and security to school safety. Yes, sir. Slide 8. This is a current slide with our organizational chart with our operations department, where we have the name safety and security where it is currently. And as Ms. Glover mentioned, the vacant project manager position and a member of the lawn crew that is vacant. This slide, which is slide 9, has those 2 positions that will no longer be there and the name changed to school safety. In those 2 positions, the project manager along with that lawn crew person, they collapse to support the assistant officer for chief of staff. This slide 10 has where we have our Senior Executive Director of Innovation reporting to the superintendent. The proposed change is for this particular department now. Report to our Chief Academic Officer, along with a change highlighted there with gifted education that will now be a part of innovation. And this particular slide 11 will be a new slide to the organizational chart. Slide 12 is a current slide of our org chart. Slide 13, we have the red X there because it is proposed to be moved to the Chief of Staff. And we have highlighted the coordinator of counseling and the lead counselors that we just had discussion. That will now be moved to slide 14 to the instructional superintendent of post-secondary success. Also on this page, we see down at the bottom left, there's a vacancy. That's another proposed position for dual enrollment specialist. And we also have a vacant early college coordinator. That position is already vacant and already listed as a vacancy. We do have secretaries in the career tech department that we will have to make some changes, and we will be meeting with those individuals once it is approved through you all regarding that. Dr. Willis, who is our instructional superintendent of post-secondary success, his position is slated to have an administrative secretary, so we will have to provide a secretary for he in his department.
Dr. Clasby,
Yes,
I think Board Member Billups has a question.
Yes, sir.
I did have a question regarding the vacancy at the early college coordinator position.
Yes, sir.
We do have coordinators at both Woodlawn and at Winona now. Is that correct, or are we missing, is someone not there?
I think this is the person that can coordinate. This is already a budgeted position.
This is already budgeted. This is not a new position.
Uh-huh.
It's just not filled.
So we must have somebody over those 2.
I had the same question about that. I didn't know if it was for Woodlawn.
Yeah,
I was just wondering, like, what do they
Both of the
do?
programs.
I thought we have an instructor.
We have an
coordinator
on-site
that-
person, but I think this is for both of the programs.
Is someone overseeing both of the
Yeah,
programs?
overseeing both of the programs.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so what is the title for the individual who are overseeing, who are at the individual schools then?
They're like the
Are they coordinators?
academy coordinators that are at the schools and managing that, and similar to Dr. Reese is managing the academies,
Uh-huh.
and they have academy coordinators at the school. This would be somebody who manages the early college program at both of those locations. I think it was brought a year ago, and we just haven't found a person for that position yet.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So they would oversee both Woodlawn and Winona.
Slide 15, the addition here is where we will have to meet with those administrative secretary and the central office secretary regarding the necessary move to accommodate the instructional superintendent as well as the AP coordinator being placed here on the organizational chart. That is an additional change. This is a current slide regarding our organizational chart. Page 17 are additions to what will now be reporting to Chief Academic Officer with the Senior Executive Director of Innovation, Coordinator of ESL and World Language, and the Director of Special Education. These will now be reporting to the Chief Academic Officer. And as mentioned in the previous slide, with gifted education, with innovation, with ESL, we have the ESL teachers, the newcomer center, as well as with special education in those particular areas under special education.
So that was an old slide before, 18's old and 19 is new.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, I'm just curious, what gifted teachers and gifted education, what is that like, what is that all about?
Okay. We have a gifted education program. We have a coordinator of gifted education, and she supports, I think it's 11 positions in the district where there are teachers that are similar to how we do ESL. They have assigned schools based on the number of gifted students in each school, and they provide support directly to students and to schools. They do our child find. They provide academic support where we pull kids out, and they meet with them and provide enrichment or intervention depending on their needs.
Okay, thank you.
Slide 18, is there another question?
Ms. Williams, you have a question?
No,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Well, may I ask? I'm just, the strategy around the realigning, you know, some positions going under the chief of staff. Just curious around the strategy around some of the realignments that you all are proposing to us.
Do you have a particular position that?
No, honestly, no,
Because I think
no
only
position.
he's only receiving one additional area, that would be student supports. And I know the chief of staff in this district he came from, worked a lot with student support over there. And I think it brings a level of expertise to help expand that department and provide supports as well.
And I'll circle back. Thank you.
We're on slide 18. This is current on our org chart. Slide 19 is where we have moved the Department of Student Success under Dr. Lamar was Chief of Staff. With the Principals Network, we have the Innovation Zone, and that will be in another slide, and the 3 resource teachers that was mentioned with Mrs. Glover. Instructional Superintendent, and this is for post-secondary success, where we have the highlighted areas with advanced placement, counseling, and dual enrollment. Slide 20 will be a new slide with the Innovation Zone with those 4 schools mentioned there. And this will all be under academics with Dr. Williams.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you. So this, like, this slide, this proposed here, you know, under innovation zone, I'm perplexed as to why it would be under Dr. Williams and not under Mr. Tatum, since he's over the Department of Innovation.
So Mr. Tatum is not an instructional superintendent, so he doesn't directly supervise principals. However, he will, just as Dr. Magoo provides supports for the Network 4 schools, provide supports for the innovation schools. This organizational chart is a reporting chart. So these people report for supervision reasons to these individuals, not a support chart. So those principals don't report to him, they report to Dr. Williams, but he will provide supports because it involves innovation.
So when did we get a Network 4? Because back when
4 years ago.
there was this controversy when the former chief academic officer? Dawson, thank you. There was this controversy around whether or not there was a title for that we had actually implemented a District 4 or not. So I think there was some internal conversations.
That was 4 years ago we started District 4 as soon as we got the money from the governor. We were actually in the last year of Network 4. It started when the governor identified the schools, the turnaround schools. And so Network 4, we pulled those schools out because we wanted to provide some intensive supports and training for those principals in those schools. And we've seen some huge gains in Network 4. I think Mrs. Boehm, you were here when that first started. So that was about 4 years ago we started the Network 4.
She's right, we didn't, at the very beginning, call it District 4.
Right, it was not called that. Your microphone is Boehm.
We call it Network 4, we just use those terms interchangeably.
And so there's no instructional superintendent over Network 4?
No, Dr. Williams is over that department. Just like Dr. Williams would be over this, and Mrs. Magoo provides additional supports, Mr. Tatum will provide supports for the innovation, but they won't report to him. He doesn't do their evaluation. He provides supports, he provides, if we wanted to do innovation waivers, he would be the person that would work with those. Just for example, with Mrs. Harville mentioned the dual language immersion, Mr. Tatum was integral in that process, but he doesn't supervise the principal at that school. She's supervised by Dr. Williams.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just still thinking. I'm thinking about, so we're moving some student support services under Dr. Lamar.
That's correct.
No offense at all, but because of that experience, but it seems like it's adding another layer to role and responsibilities. We're
not giving him any more money, I promise.
Well,
No.
that's not, that's actually not my concern. It's just thinking about, I'm just, again, just the strategy around, what would determine, not determine, but how do we arrive at a place where we needed to sort of shift in the Student Support Services Department if there are additional supports that are needed, maybe then given, but to realign some roles from the Student Support Services Department. We haven't had any challenges to our knowledge, I don't know, and not that challenges would prompt a changing in the org chart, but just curious as to how and why. Just when I think about, the responsibility of chief of staff, I'm actually thinking about him being responsible for all of the employees as opposed to aligning to specific departments.
Now, that's the job I had, so I know a lot about that job. So I would not think that would be something, and I've talked to Dr. Lamar about that he is unable or incapable of doing. I think it aligns well with the work that he does and the expertise that he brings to the table. And I think that our student support department will benefit from that knowledge and expertise. And I think they reported to Dr. Williams, and Dr. Williams was an advocate and a champion for the move. Is that correct, Doc?
Yes, I think it will better align the support that we provide to schools. We're not taking the whole department. So one of the things, like you said, the thought process behind what we're doing. So special education is a big focus of our strategic plan. And one of the things that, we've learned, and the research is clear,
it should be an academic function.
Our special populations need to be a part of the general ed. So bringing that closer under the umbrella of academics will actually intensify and really couple that support like we've done with ESL. Because ESL, they're really they said in curriculum, so, for the longest. So bringing those departments together, we'll be able to provide similar support. Even when we were doing the strategic plan, one of the things that people commented and said, what are we doing right with ESL? Can we not do that with SPED? And that's when that thought process began, because you're right. We have been able to provide those structured protocols for ESL, and their academics they're moving academically. We need to do the same thing with SPED. They're general ed. They don't need to sit away from general ed. We need to make sure we provide the same support.
And since those things are highlighted also in our strategic plan, and we're working over the next 5 years towards strategic plan, if the goal is to increase the performance of our special education students, the goal is to increase the performance of our EL students, then they should academically be tied to the academics department. And so that's what we're trying to align things that make sense and support our strategic plan and support students as well.
Dr. Clasberry, you can proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Slide 21 is a current slide organizational chart. And slide 22 is it's not a new slide, it's just the additions of the 3 that I mentioned before. Just the names are listed here for ESL, special education, and innovation. Slide 23 is a new slide with the proposed position of Senior Executive Director, which is vacant, that will have to go through the application and interview process. The new position of Strategic Partnership Specialist that was mentioned with Mrs. Glover is there. The Program Specialist for Family Engagement, the name change of the title there, as well as Lead School Community Schools Coordinator. This will be a new slide.
Community schools coordinator is a new position?
No, ma'am.
It's in a new location.
It's a new location because it's a new slide that they will all report to, if approved, the Senior Executive Director position. This is a current, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, and the current position of the Strategic Partnerships Coordinator is being eliminated. Okay, I just want to know.
Yes, sir. Slide 24, this is our slide with Communications Department with the Communications Officer. Slide 25, the highlighted area is the proposed position of the Bilingual Communications Coordinator. This particular slide is a current slide, and it is highlighted because we have found that coordinator has a secretary, and coordinator should not have secretaries, so we will have to make an adjustment there. Slide 27 is Human Resources, my department, where we have Dr. Hines, our instructional superintendent. And she does not currently have an administrative secretary. Provide an administrative secretary for Dr. Hines in her position. I just want to advocate for her. That might be why. The next slide. What's going out?
I think the batteries, try to use that other one.
Okay, this is a current slide with the Finance Department where we'll have to make some changes as well for direct reports, with the highlight areas with the Business Finance Coordinator and the Assistant Chief School Financial Officer. Slide 29, we have the red X there because that is where one of the positions are being proposed to shift within the Finance Department. And with our ACSFO, there will be a new position
for the ACSFO. This is a current slide where we have the federal programs budget analysts that will be reporting to federal programs. Currently, they are listed under finance, and the red X there is because there is going to be a move there for that person to go to federal programs. And this is the last slide of the proposed changes of new positions, and this is the travel analyst position that Mrs. Glover mentioned, and that position will report to the ACSFO.
I think I missed it. I thought an auditor, an internal auditor did that move. Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Classberry.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President, we want to make an adjustment to bring up Dr. Stevens with item N, the Let's Talk renewal, and I believe she has one of our principals as a guest. I think he is one of our shining stars when it comes to the Let's Talk program. So, Dr. Lyons, come on up, and I see you have another guest with you as well.
Board President Meadows, Vice President Collins, and Dr. Sullivan. I guess I'll have to bring the principal with me every meeting when I'm last. So we're waiting. So I actually asked Dr. Lyons to please join us just in case you had questions about how it actually operates on the school level, because we're implementing from the technology part of it, and so how it actually impacts the end user, and that's why Dr. Lyons has joined us. And I also have with us Miss Misha Johnson, and she's our representative, our kind of sales representative for the software Let's Talk. Are we ready? So we'll be asking for approval for our Let's Talk software for 1 year in the amount of $129,125. If you remember, we came last year and actually Dr. Sullivan found his own, but you challenged Dr. Sullivan to find a way of tracking all phone calls. So we found the software that we thought could do the job, and it did. It far exceeded our expectations, and we're going to talk about that. And we brought data with us this time as well. Let's Talk is on every main number in all of our schools. So when you call the main number in our schools, you're actually calling into the Let's Talk program. It is also on our IT help desk. So when you call that 4747 number, you're also calling into Let's Talk, and it's tracking all of that data, as well as attendance. Attendance is where we kind of have our transcripts and transfers. So it's 2828. So it's also there. And right now I have show the breakdown of what the $129,000, 125 total, and how it's broken down. One of the things I like about the software is that it's custom code, and we'll talk about that in detail. But following last year, you approved it June 11, 2024, and before we could roll it out, we really needed a pilot. And Huffman High had the largest student body, which meant they had the largest parent body. So we needed to do a pilot, but we did need some substantial calls coming in. And Huffman High fit that bill, and Dr. Lyons graciously accepted that challenge. So we did do that pilot from July 1, 2024 to September the 30th. And then from that, we were able to implement quickly to the other schools. So all the other schools was under the platform at November 22nd. And remember, this was part of our overall strategic direction. So Let's Talk is part of our customer service. And we wanted to make sure that our customers were evaluating us and telling us how we're doing when we kind of answer the phone. So let's look at this. We're going to dig deep and let's look at the data. So one of the things that we heard consistently is that when they call the schools, they're not answering the calls. So from November to April, and I think Ms. Johnson, we pulled the data April.
Right. So right now, it's actually 94,000.
Okay, so we answered at that time frame 72,258 calls. They were answered. So unless we had triple that, I would say that our schools are doing a great job at answering calls. Now, just to dissect, we have this kind of report for every school. When we we went to principals meeting before we bought this, and every school got their score compared to everybody else. So overall, our district score, which is a CX score, is 7.7. And what a CX score is that when you call into a school, it sends you a survey back, just as if you were calling to Chick-fil-A, and you can rate us, and it's from 1 to 10. So overall, of these calls, it was 7.7. Now, that's of the 3,380 responses that we received. So we got 72,258 calls into the district and surveys sent out. 3,380 respondents. And of those, that's what our CS score came up to, 7.7. So we had a 4.7% response rate.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Question, as far as, how's the CX score on a scale of 10?
1 to 10,
1 to 10,
yes.
okay, all right.
It's on a score of 1 to 10. Now, another metric that we're looking at is a dialogue age. What that means is that when you call, you either handle it and close the call right then, or you might have to get back with the person. And so our average dialogue age in this district is 3 days. Now, past due is numbers that they haven't gotten back with. So we did have 2,132 that were past due when we did that snapshot in time. Of the 3,380 responses that we received from the 72,258 calls, 876 of them were negative responses, whereas 2,408 were positive responses. And negative is it 5 or below? It's 5 or below. Yes. So you can look at the distribution. This is kind of like the distribution. So the majority of the calls were in 7 to 10 bracket, and we had some in that 4 to 6 bracket, and then you can see the ones in that 1 to 3 bracket. So that's the total distribution from the 3,380 feedback forms that were completed.
Can you speak to just when it comes to the 1 to 3, what did that generally constitute as?
That means they rated us a 1, 2,
okay,
or 3.
What are the reasons for that ratings? That's what I'm trying to
So
understand.
we got some comments, and I can dig into some deeper, but some people said that they didn't get a quick enough response. Some people said attitude. Some people, just didn't like it. And then one principal pointed out that it was some telemarketers calling. Because remember now, it's all calls coming in. And they pointed that out at principal's meeting because we hadn't taken that in consideration. So the telemarketer actually rated us low because, So those were some things that we saw. And we're doing a deeper dive into this we got individual scores, and then now we're, no, and we'll talk about that. We got a slide on that. Now, as I stated, the distribution age for the district, it was 3 days, and you can see how that shakes out. That's the distribution of all the 72,000 calls that we have. This is the distribution age. Because what happens is that once they take the call, they have to close the dialogue out so they know that they handle everything. And then the survey goes out after the dialogue is closed out. Now let's look at a deep dive at Huffman High School, and that's why Dr. Lyons is here, because we learned a lot from him. And Dr. Lyons actually received 5,108 phone calls, and his CX score was 7.7. He actually had 294 responses of his 5,108 calls, and he had no past due calls, and his dialogue age was 0.2. Of his, he did get 81 negative responses, which meant they rated him a 5 or below, and he can dig deeper into what they said into his surveys. And he did have 205 responses, and I'll stop now and let him comment on his data.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. So, a lot of the first of all, let me say this is it's an excellent initiative, and I just don't see how we operated without it previously. So let me say that before I get started. It's an excellent initiative, and it has improved customer service at Huffman High School tremendously, and the response time of getting back with parents. So negative comments, so sometimes parents will disagree with you, and there's a survey at the end. So if someone called me last week and I said, your child is not graduating till the summer, I got a negative response at the end of that survey. If somebody called me and I said, well, you have to pick up your child and they have on the wrong clothes, you need to pick them up, or you need to bring some more clothes, I probably got a negative response at the end of that survey. So that happens from time to time. It doesn't mean something was wrong, but sometimes when parents disagree, they tend to give a negative response. Not that you've done nothing wrong, we just didn't agree on the outcome. There was a solution to it. It just wasn't an agreeable outcome for both parties.
Now, at the principals meeting, K-12 Insight, Ms. Johnson, they actually gave the schools, Huffman High received a gift card, and Robinson received a gift card because they had the best customer service score of everybody. They had a 9.3. Robinson actually had 1,379 phone calls received, but they only got 91 responses. They got no negative responses, and they got 80 positive responses. And they did have 15 past due, but like I said, their overall customer service score was the highest. It was 9.3. As well as Martha Gaskin's. Martha Gaskin's had the best dialogue age. As you're seeing, they're getting back with people, look like less than an hour, like 0.1. I was like, woo, okay. And he commented in the principals meeting as to how they were doing that. But their CX score is also well of their 1,199 phone calls. And as I stated, each principal got a copy of all the data. And what we did was, since the district score was 7.5, if you went below that district score, we're looking into a deeper dive. And of course, those that went above, we're asking them, what did y'all do right? How did y'all do this? Opportunities for improvement for the 25-26 school year. So now that we have this first round of data, so we want to start digging deeper in how do we improve and how do we go forward with this. So we want to acknowledge but not chase ghosts. So those comments about nobody answers the phone, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, because we know somebody's answering the 72,000 calls that went into our district in that short period of time. So now we want to make sure that we may acknowledge that, but the majority of our phone calls are being answered. And we have the documentation to show that.
And can I push in on that? You know, a lot of times, people make broad generalizations without having any data. And, you know, they say what culture and climate is, and then when we pull the culture and climate surveys, it's not bad, like they said. But, you know, they talk about answering phone calls, when you can show the data, you dispel a lot of those, like you said, ghost data that is just made up. And so now that you have the data, we can make informed decisions around what the data is telling us and really pinpoint those areas that we need to improve on. And so that's why that's the beauty of this program.
Exactly. We do know we need to close dialogues quicker, 3 days. That's, you know, a long time, especially if you're a family and you're interested in coming to the district and we don't get back with you in 3 days. So that's one of the things that we want to hone in on. We want to increase our surveys. Although we got 3,000 and some surveys, so we want to work with our secretaries and just like how they do in the store, hey, can you rate me? Will you rate me? Will you do my survey? It's coming to you. Please do my survey. Because a lot of times people don't do surveys because you get so many. So we want to do that. We want to have that initial training. Sometimes tone makes a difference, like Dr. Lyons says, and we saw that at his school. Just, I mean, because off the bat, he got one negative survey. I think it was like some people in the background, they were laughing or something.
First day.
Yeah, and they wrote him that. So just making sure that you're in the moment. Now, one of the things that we did get criticized on, and, you know, just to be transparent, is that people forget. Now, if you're answering the phone, you have the goal of customer service. You're in the moment with that one customer and you're giving that one person your attention. The software won't let you put that person on hold and answer another call. It's designed for you to be in focus with that person and complete them out. And then you go, and it even gives you a minute. I think it's like, how long is it? A minute and 20 seconds. A minute and 20 seconds to put in your comments to close that call out, and then you're ready to receive another call. And Dr. Lyons can comment on how he addressed that, because we found that out early on, because people were saying, well, nobody's answering the phone, no one's answering the phone. But they were on the phone, and they were just attending to one of our customers.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Dr. Stevens, I think that you make a great point there. We're able to give that one-on-one attention that parents want. And sometimes we'll get easily distracted with multiple calls coming in, or people walking into the office, and you'll place them on hold and never come back. Well, you can't do this now. So you have to complete that call, and you have a time period to do it. Even if you're transferring the call, they may transfer them to my office, or they may tell them they'll, give them some reason they'll get back to them, but they address that person in that moment, and that make a parent feel welcome and wanted when they come into school and feel like their issue is being addressed immediately. And so that's the way we handle that when they come into Huffman High School.
Dr. Lyons, didn't you tell me that you started hearing that some of the people in your front office, they were really being mindful of how they talk on the phone? That was one of the first things you noticed. You want to tell that story?
Yeah, so I did notice that my secretaries and my office staff was very mindful of the recorded conversations. So not that they weren't doing a great job before, because if y'all listening, y'all were. They were doing a great job before, but now and even I am mindful of what I am saying to parents, and making sure that I am hearing them and speaking directly to them. So I'm even mindful, everybody that has been trained to answer the phone, we give them that, quote, Chick-fil-A customer service, and we're mindful of how we speak to them, the tone in which we speak to them, and what's going on in the background as well. So we are very mindful of what's going on behind us.
And there's another beauty to that, because we had gotten a complaint from a particular parent. Who said that the principal was very rude and said some things to the parent that was, disturbing. And then we played back the recording. That never happened. and the person had just called in a complaint on this particular person because literally the principal did not give them what they particularly wanted, but it was not a rude, not a disrespectful phone call, no profanity used like the person indicated on the phone. So it kind of helps on both ends, for the staff member, it protects you from somebody saying something incorrect, and then for the parent, it ensures that there's a documentation of the conversation that you've had, whether it be you're calling about a child, whether you're calling that there's a threat at the school, whether you're calling about just, dropping off lunch money or letting them know that I got to pick my kid up at 2:30, have them at the office. So there's a documentation of every phone call that's made.
And Dr. Sullivan, if I may, as principal, so I often work on weekends as well. I work every Saturday. And as principal, this tool, the Let's Talk conversation, recorded conversations come directly to my email. So on Saturday mornings, when I get to the office, I review a number of calls. I just listen to them. I just cut on the computer and listen to calls, see how long it takes to address them. If a parent emailed me and said they tried to call the office, I'm able to just type in the number, pull up the call, and go directly to it. If they said they called me, I tell them they didn't, because it would come into the main office. If they, some people say, well, I called 15 times and nobody answered the phone, and I can call the parent back and say, no, you called 2 times, and we answered both times. We answered both times, and we got back to you. So this gives us it creates accountability on our part, but also creates accountability on the parent part.
So we are going to look at additional training because it's going to take continuous training. I'm very proud of our students, of our secretaries in the schools, because they just we was just out there and they just kind of worked with us. We interrupted their day. We just kind of showed up. Hey, we're going to turn you on and put you on Let's Talk. It got board approved. We did this pilot. We're going to do this. And they were receptive, and they just kept on. So we want to keep that training, that I guess that kind of continuous type training. Let us look at our data, what we can do better, how do we improve. Then we're going to add on additional departments. Finance will be coming on board with us next. And we're going to enable chatbots. And that's just like they're doing it on the telephone, they can go to the website and type in questions, and that same dialogue will be recorded and sent to people. And we ask for the option of having custom code. A lot of times people still like to hear voices, so we're looking at a feature to where it can be custom coded. But the thing about is that we still have to notify people that we are recording. And that's, I think that's a legal thing, and they have to, we have to make sure that that's said, and we can't rely upon a person to say that, right? Because they may not see it. The one time when we really need to use that video, that recording for something. Do you have any questions of us?
Ms. Williams.
A comment and a question. Thank you for this presentation. I really feel like, colleagues, this is probably one investment that we've made that certainly has turned, showing us a return on our investment to be able to hear, to read and see the data be explained to us, and then also in real time a principal using it. I just had a question about on the district's past due numbers. Do we know if that is a result of maybe the secretaries not having the knowledge to answer those questions, or do we know what caused those past dues?
From what we can ascertain, and like I said, that's when we're now starting to do a deep dive. Remember, you have that dialogue. They have to answer the phone. They cannot put the person on hold. So they may get another call coming in and they have to leave a message. And then at that point, if you keep getting repetitive calls, it may take you a while to get to your voicemails. We've seen that a couple of cases. What Dr. Lyons did in his case, he has them rotating. I guess they can all answer the phone. Like he has backups, like your bookkeeper answers.
So I had everyone in the office trained to answer the phone. So if one person cannot answer, another person can pick it up.
And I saw that what Mr. Hudson did, he has them kind of rotating in at different times, but have a backup. So those are some of the things that we went out and observed. But yes, those past due means that we just didn't get to them in a timely manner, and they were sitting out there.
This is not a question, Mr. President. Somebody's not going to have a comment, so I'll just borrow someone's comment, please. I just wanted to say, I really think this is an opportunity for us to celebrate the secretaries, especially the ones that are being successful in, carrying it out. This part of our strategic plan. I mean, of course, it's a plan, but the reality is we're in the people business, and so we should be providing a service that is one that is cordial, one that is inviting, and it was exciting for me to see the data on Robinson Elementary because that's an elementary school, and so it should be a 0, right? Because parents, especially of babies at that age, they want to have confidence that the school is responding to us, the people in the building, not the school, but the leaders in the building are responding and getting us those supports. But I really think this is a great way to I don't know if it's an incentive, but maybe it's a call being great or something intentional from the central office level to reward, or maybe communications department, just to reward those secretaries for responding the way that they do and adapting to this program that we're implementing. So just a thought.
Hey, I just wanted to say, again, I commend the board and also for having this program implemented in the schools as well. I think, as you said again, that it does bring about certain accountability, but also awareness and also another level of professionalism across the board. And I think that is essential when we're talking about what type of service we're providing, and that we'll continue to see more and more families who will be welcomed and invited into conversation with the school district at large. So thank you.
Mr. Collins.
So as the sun rises in the east, all programs should start out there. Do you like that one? So is this the same program that that also records if we called out and the parents did not pick up? Okay, it's something different.
Yeah, that's school messenger.
Okay, all right. So, well, kudos to Huffman once again and the Eastside for doing a great job. We are certainly, I think I've been there, and everybody does answer the telephone there. So kudos to them, and this is a really good example of how we can lead the district on the East Side, because it sits on the west.
I want to commend Dr. Lyons for coming up and being here to even answer these questions. I mean, I think sometimes when your data's in front of everybody, that takes a level of upstanding leadership. So thank you for coming, Dr. Lyons, and the great work that you're doing. I want to say also to give us, credit to Direct Communications. They kind of led us to this part of diagnosing that customer service was a issue for us as a district. And so thank you to Robin and Rick and the work that they do, because again, knowing where your issues are helps you to address those issues. And so again, showing how enrollment increases because you're addressing problems and concerns of our customers, which are our parents and students. I guess my last, I have a question, but I want to say to the increasing surveys. I worked at another organization. I think if we can incentivize, maybe letting them know that they will be entered into some sort of drawing to receive some gift, some prize. That won't be for everyone, but their name will be entered into. I think we will see an increase in our response rate on our surveys. My question is more so for the Let's Talk representative, if you don't mind hitting your mic too. My question is just our numbers overall. Do you all work specifically with school districts? And if so, our performance, is that above what you see on average, or we're in line, or just kind of give us an idea of kind of where we are?
Right. No, great question. We do. We have done, I think we've implemented 400 school districts. across. I personally, we're not regionalized, so I worked with districts all the way out to California. But for you all to start out of the gate with that much volume alone, I think about 10% of your enrollment is what we typically want to see, right? Of course, one dialogue per family would be ideal, but you all completely surpassed that. And as far as the scoring, for us to really have just gotten started November, when we got all of the schools on board, our overall benchmark is 8.4. So you all are at 7.7 out of that. That's outstanding. Outstanding. And for dialogue aging, you're very close to the benchmark on that. That's 2.2 days. You all are at 3.3 as a district. So very on par.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. Mr. President, I'm going to ask Mrs. Glover to come up and share the recommendation for the district summer schedule for 2025.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Board members, the recommendation is for administration. We recommend that the board grant approval for Birmingham City Schools employees to be allowed to work a 4-day summer work schedule from June the 9th, 2025 until August the 1st, 2025. A 4-day work week will provide the board an opportunity to conserve energy and fuel cost. Numerous school districts in our locale are continuing to take advantage of this measure by implementing a 4-day work week. It will be no impact to the budget.
Ms. Ball?
So I am concerned about summer school. We are having summer school during the first month of June, and it will be 5 days.
No. So, Pam, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so normally we do summer programs and we go to 1 o'clock last summer. So now that our summer programs are going to 3 o'clock, K8, K5, and 6-8, the time will not be different with the 4 days. So we intentionally moved it to 8 to 3 this summer anyway. So we'll go to 4 days, but it has already been extended to 8 to 3, which is 2 hours longer. And really 3 hours longer than we normally, because we've done 8 to 12 in the past as well. For high schools, we will go an extra day, and we're extending the day, if it's approved, from 8:30 to 2:30 to 8:30 to 3:30, which would give us another hour, essentially 2 more days. So that will help us. And then we added the day, July 10th, which was a teacher work day. So that will cover us, and we'll still have the 17 days for high school.
So you and your team think this is a good idea in terms of what we can accomplish?
We can compensate the days for the 4-day work week without making any changes to the K5, K8, 6-8.
And get the results we need, you think?
Yes, because they're going from 8 to 3.
And there'll be buses to take them home?
Yes, the buses are running. I did double check with Mr. Thomas, and he's good with extending the high school time.
All right, thank you. Was that more than one question?
Mr. Collins?
Just real quickly, I talk to employees of other school districts that do this, and the employees really appreciate the fact of being able to, that this schedule changes for them. So, for that, just, it's not so bad. It's actually a good thing for them.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Glover, this also includes central office staff as well. The entire district, 4-day work week from June to August.
The entire district, all employees.
Very good.
Yeah. Could we add a caveat that they must be sure to take some family time when they're off on that Friday? I know we can't add that. I'm just saying that. I really hope that the employees are able to take advantage of that day and not use it as an additional work day, just not in the office. I think, mental, social, emotional support and the et cetera is important. It's really important.
Well, I just want to say I love it. If our employees loving it, I love it, and just glad that it doesn't cost us any dollars, and it's going to continue to offer the same level of support. Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Dr. Lamar and Attorney Parchman.
Is that why they couldn't eyes at you? I see them looking at you kind of hard over there, Dr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Really?
Thank you, Mr. Glover.
Tell us more, Dr. Sullivan. The more you want to elaborate, you kind of short of words on this. You don't want to elaborate?
It's a democracy, so we let the cabinet vote, so they won. All right, Mr. President, the next item we have is Dr. Lewis with Thriveway Pure Helpers Program for this school year. Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis, one of the fruits of the Spirit is long suffering, and you have suffered long tonight.
I have.
Haven't you?
Yes, Nurse Arrington has.
Thank you. Yeah, all of you all have suffered long. With smile, look at it, praise God. Coach Pope said, praise God. Dr. Lewis.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Sullivan. I'm here to present the Thriveway Peer Helper Program. Okay, I think I better read it from my computer because I can't see that. Thriveway's roots. In October of 1997, the Moore family of 4, who lived on a farm in Foley, Alabama, tragically became a family of 3. The oldest child, Jennifer Claire Moore, who had turned 16 in July and started school in August, took her own life in early October. The Moore family was left with many questions and no answers, but they did learn one thing. Jennifer had casually mentioned to her friends that no one would miss her if she were not there. Her friends disregarded the comment, not understanding the magnitude of her words. With this information, the support of counselors, and information gained through research, the Jennifer Claire Moore Foundation was established, and the Peer Helpers program was introduced to Baldwin County in 1998. As the demand for peer helpers continued to heighten, the Jennifer Claire Moore Foundation decided to extend the program, making it available to others beyond Baldwin County. Thriveway was created for this purpose. Thriveway takes Jennifer Claire Moore's Foundation's 20 years of accomplishments, research, and feedback from across the nation and brings us peer helpers. Peer Helpers Plus program is a comprehensive prevention and support program that partners with schools to promote the positive development of our youth and teach them to advocate for one another. Thriveway Peer Helper Program. Thriveway LLC is an Alabama-based company and sister organization to Jennifer Claire Moore Foundation. It is all student prevention and youth peer-to-peer support program for students in grades K through 12 that align with the Alabama State Department of Education's requirements to address. That didn't sound right. It is an efficient and effective way to address and support youth mental health needs when it is implemented to fidelity. The Peer Helper mission is to empower students to be academically, socially, and emotionally successful, to recognize and resolve conflict, to value diversity, to be advocates for positive change and healthy choices. The Thriveway Peer Helper program will be funded, the $130,000 will be funded by the Alabama Bullying Prevention Project Grant, which is given to the district by Senator Roger Smitherman, and district funded for $30,000. The Peer Helper Plus program annual subscription fee includes our 45 schools and new coordinator training for all schools and counselors and coordinators. The chart here shows all elementary schools, which shows in the first column the number of peer helpers that have been trained. These are the students that are trained to provide that peer-to-peer support. We all know that many times when students have issues, they go to one another. So these peer helpers are identified by the counselor and the path coordinator to train these students to assist in areas of support at school. The as-needed support you see here shows where those peer helpers have been used to support other students. I'd like to highlight Central Park because there are 15 students. They are used for just about everything. If there's a conflict, if there's a he said, she said that could lead to bullying, they really use their peer helpers to attempt to negate any type of escalation and use de-escalation with their students and their peers. Group activities would include their peer helpers working in groups of students to resolve conflict. So conflict resolution if there's a fight or some bullying incidences, and so that is where the group activities are included. At-risk referrals, if you notice, there are quite a few zeros and the numbers are low in that area. This is one of those areas where if students, the peers are working with students and the students disclose sexual abuse or rape or any type of at-risk behavior such as threatening to harm themselves or others, they immediately stop their peer-to-peer session and they seek out the counselor. The zeros mean that many times those students, because we may have some incidents at some schools, but those students don't go to the peers for that. They go straight to an adult in the building to assist. So that is why you do see some zeros in that area. For the PATH curriculum, there are a different number of lessons per grade level, and you'll notice that as we move throughout the program. But the number of lessons in, let's just say for K, would be 14. It's important to note that areas such as sexual abuse, substance abuse, suicide prevention, there are not separate lessons for our elementary students. It's kind of embedded into the curriculum, so they don't have 4 specific lessons on sexual abuse. It's all embedded so that it's not just sexual abuse. They're getting the content without it being called that. For our K-8 schools, you see the data here that's presented for the use of the peers that have been trained to help students as well as needed support, group activities, at-risk referrals, and the number of lessons that have been implemented throughout the year. For our middle schools, you'll notice that the same data is provided there. Putnam Middle School does not have any peer helpers trained. The counselor was hired after the initial training and the makeup training, so she was not able to train the students to be peer-to-peer helpers. However, she did start implementing the curriculum with the students at the school. And then for our high schools, you see the data that is provided for the high school usage. Are there any questions about the data before I move on?
No, thank you.
And the Virtual Academy of Learning. Note that our Virtual Academy of Learning has 2 grade levels, so there's the 3 through 8, and then there's the high school curriculum. And so Mr. Hodge has done a really, really good job of implementing the lessons in a virtual setting. Sometimes he will do the lessons when they do their face-to-face meetings, and then sometimes he holds the groups in virtual on Zoom with the students. Wylam Elementary, showcasing a couple of schools. Mr. John Michael Wilson is the school counselor there. And so the students were doing a lesson on a safe person. Whom would they go to in the school if they had a problem? And so the lesson was, who can I go to? And by him being a former music teacher, he actually rewrote the lyrics to SWV's Who Can I Run To? And the students sang. They enjoyed that. Hemp Hill Elementary School was featured in the October Thriveway Connections newsletter, and that's just the picture of the entire newsletter. And then that shows the actual write-up that Dr. Bookman and Ms. Taylor and Ms. Marks were highlighted in that newsletter for each peer helper. Okay, this is Hemp Hill. They did this for attendance. And they did this for attendance. Okay, and of course this is Hemp Hill again.
We help classmates make great choices. Greet new students and we make them feel welcome. We cheer friends who are feeling sad. We spread kindness around our schools. We learn how to be great leaders. We help students who need extra help. We learn how to be great listeners. Help kids who are being left out. We support friends who are having a bad day. We learn how to be kind and caring. The peer helper training has taught me to engage with my classmates. My favorite part of the peer helper lesson was the bullying part. Oh yeah, me too. My favorite part is when we had to record. My favorite part was when the mayor had to visit our school. Oh yeah, that was cool too. I love that. We love being peer helpers!
Yes, and that was Hemp Hill Peer Helpers again. Dr. Bookman and her team are doing an amazing job, and they're actually using that as recruitment to recruit additional peer helpers for next school year to train those students. I want to highlight Oxmoor Valley Elementary School and their peer helper program with Ms. McGriff as the counselor. They were recognized on last week during awards presentation because they submitted submitted to the campaign for Show the Way, which is a mass inspiration category, and proud to say that because of the successful implementation of their program, the peer helper program at Oxmoor Valley will receive $500 in recognition for their efforts of implementing the program and making a difference in a positive school climate. And that ends my presentation. Are there any questions?
Ms. Harville?
Just a really quick comment. I had an opportunity to share a few board meetings ago the increased in attendance data that the peer helpers helped out with. So kudos to you all. Just done an amazing work and
Great.
utilizing our young people and turning them into leaders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Mr. President, I'm going to ask that Nurse Arrington would come up for the ATC healthcare, and then Nurse Arrington, you would stay up for the next item, which is the AEDs, when Mr. Pope will join you. Nurse Arrington?
Good evening, President Meadows, board members, and Dr. Sullivan. You can't hear me? Okay. So I am here this evening to speak on getting an approval for the contract with ATC Healthcare for the 2025-2026 school year for 2 years with an additional 2-year option for the amount not to exceed $700,000 a year. That's the wrong. I'm doing the nursing services. Okay, so I'm going to start with saying that in the past 3 years, we have gone from 28 school-based nurses to 34 school-based nurses because of the additional funding that we've gotten from the State Department. We have 4 team leaders, and they provide oversight for our 43 schools within the district. We have the nurses do extra duties where they ride the STS bus. They do aftercare, they do the extracurricular activities for after school, and any additional field trips and things of that nature. School nurses also provide direct care to our students. That would include the students with chronic health conditions and those with disabilities. They oversee all of the health services within the school. That would be immunizations, screening clinics, and pre-K assessments. They teach all of the mandated trainings for our school staff. They also complete the individual health care plans. They do health assessments and the emergency response health plans for our students. And we promote a healthy school environment through program development, communication, information management, and reporting. We also serve as a liaison for the school and parents, doctors, case managers, teachers, and other stakeholders in child health. So this is a breakdown of our 2024-2025 health assessment data for all of the disparities that we have in our district. You can see it's quite a large number, with allergies being the highest with 8,566 students that present with that, anemia with 410, different blood disorders, 1,840. We have 18 students that have a cancer diagnosis, 242 that have cardiovascular issues. We have 277 diabetics, 3,931 students that have emotional behaviors, 567 of GI, 2806 that have neurologic issues, 293 that have orthopedic, 274 that have renal issues, 4,703 that have respiratory issues, 276 that have a history of seizures, and 729 that have other health conditions, which could be cystic fibrosis, they might have shunts, or they might have spina bifida, just different things that are low in numbers, but when we add them, it became to 729. We have 297 students that have emergency medications, and this year we have had 143 school field trips that required nurses to go with students that have medications. So we're going from having two contract companies to actually having one that has provided us good nursing services, which is ATC Healthcare Services. They've been licensed in Alabama for 20 years. They've been working with us actually for over 5 years. They adhere to all of the state and federal nursing guidelines, and they have a very good working relationship with Birmingham City Schools. They also have a 10x10 nursing training program. They've always been able to fill in the gaps for us when we have scheduled call-offs, and they have reliable nursing staff. And that completes my nursing presentation. Are there any questions?
I just have one question. Do we have any nurses on staff for Birmingham City, or is everybody a contract nurse? I mean, you, obviously.
We have 32 nurses that work for Birmingham City School that are school-based.
I mean, are they employees of the district?
They are employees of the
And so
district.
HEC just
They
secures
sort of-
them for us?
No, they're Birmingham City School nurses. We have 32.
Okay, I see, they supplement. Okay.
I just want to say thank you. I mean, that, sharing, the variations of medical supports that you all have to provide, you and your team provides, and then our contract. Lord Jesus, that's not including just the, just the probably situations that happen that are not documented, and then, I don't know, just the upset stomach or all the things that, that is a lot. Plus, I'm sure sometimes the staff is taken care of as well if they are, not feeling well. So just want to say thank you. Curious about, though, how we are going from 2 contract companies to 1. Did something happen, or?
Well, like I said, at the beginning, 3 years ago, we had 28 school-based nurses, but over the last 3 years, we've gotten additional funding, which has allowed us to get 4 additional school-based nurses. And we've also started our own sub-nurse area within, with HR. So we've sort of just worked out to where we really only need 1. Because I've learned that our sub nurses really come through for us. I've started off with, I'm gonna say, about 4, and now I have almost 15.
And Nurse Aaron, can you speak to, through your leadership, how we've decreased the amount that we're paying for contracted services?
Well, I did some research to find out, across the different, like Jefferson County, Shelby County, and the other school districts within those counties, to see how much the other districts were paying for just to have a sub nurse. And so, and I went to HR, and like I said, we started our own sub nurse area. We have LPNs that get paid $30 an hour, and RNs that get paid $40 an hour. So, Birmingham really pays better than most school districts. And the nurses that work for us, or a lot of them are retired nurses. Some of them used to work for the district, and they liked working for Birmingham, and they enjoy the different students and the teachers and staff, and they've signed up. I've convinced a lot of them to come back.
And we were able to cut it in half, right?
And we've cut it in half.
From 1.4 million to 700,000.
That was what we had when we initially started 3 years ago. When we came before the board, it was $1.5 million for both contracts, and we've actually cut it in half. But with the help of, like I said, we've got those additional
And didn't decrease
nurses.
the services, so the services continue, the amount was decreased. So thanks to your leadership, we were able to save the district, $700,000 and provide the same services and the same quality. So great job.
I was going to say that too, and that's really smart to implement a sub-nurse program, so that's really smart. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Ms. Pope, if you would join Nurse Arrington for the conversation around AEDs.
I know you all saved me for last. You want to spend time with me, I understand.
We got a lot more to go.
No question. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
We are coming before you all to ask to accept the bid for automatic external defibrillator units and maintenance services. This is presented by both Child Health and the Athletic Department. We're requesting the Board of Education to approve the bid of $1,508,937.20, which was submitted by Cardiac Solutions to supply the purchasing of new additional units that we currently have 150 units in the district, and we want to purchase about 180 additional units. And that would allow us to get up to about 333 units, and this without the entire district, including into the new building that we're going to have. We'll also include all the athletic facilities, like the baseball, softball, and of course our football facilities as well. They're also going to provide maintenance, which is a big thing for us. The monitoring and certification services for all of our BCS employees. So all of our personnel will be certified users for AEDs, everybody. So they use what is called Survival Pathway in the AED Sentinel. This is a reporting service that they have. The thing that we both like about it more than anything else is the cameras are constantly on those units. Usually when we do it, and I'm going to say we as humans do it, it's done monthly. You get an email saying check it, you go check to make sure the light flashing. Well, during that time when you're checking, there's an opportunity that there is something that may occur that is not, it stops working. And if we're not checking them every day, we wouldn't know that. Well, the monitoring system that they actually have, it connects to our telephones, and it also connects to them as well as the company as well. And so what happens is there's a camera that constantly shows on there. If their light stops blinking green or something goes on with it, it's a notification sent immediately so we can go in and get it serviced. And also that company comes out and service things that are going wrong with it as well. I did talk about the certification. They have a platform that they're using for training of all of our personnel. We're going to do a collaborative effort with Dr. Lamar taking the lead on it, where we're going to actually set up and roll out a schedule to make sure that everyone in the district is trained and certified as AD specialists. For AD users, excuse me, not specialty users. And that is their presentation.
One quick question.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
So, what liabilities do this company has as far as if these machines don't work?
Part of the maintenance agreement is that they're servicing them. If anything goes wrong with them, they're responsible for maintaining those. It's for 5 years. I think it was a 5-year agreement that they're responsible for those.
We do have one question, Madam. I'm sorry.
You can ask it offline, or Mr. Lee can get us the email. Ms. Harville.
Mr. Pope, could you repeat who all is trained and how to use the AED?
We have a lot of people in the district that are currently trained, especially all of the coaches. All the coaches are trained and PE personnel as well. But this would allow literally everyone, all teachers, all support personnel, staff, everyone in the district would become trained.
What does that look like? When you say all teachers, so like in the grand
If you
scheme
work
of
in
people's
Birmingham
work,
City
like
School
when do
District,
they get?
That's gonna be rolled out this summer. We're starting to work on that training starting this summer. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all.
All right, Ms. Pope, you stay, and Nurse Harrington, thank you so much.
Have a good night, Nurse Harrington.
You did one.
Coach Pope, you have the next 3 items, starting with the Ramsey practice field conversion.
So we will move on to the Ramsey High School practice field conversion. We're asking that the Board of Education accept or approve the bid that was won by Game Day Athletic Services, LLC, to convert the natural grass practice field at Ramsey High School to a multi-use turf field, and the cost of $658,444. The lead architect on this was Huffman Norton. That's who did the landscape architect work on that one. Of course, this includes the soft costs of your field design, the civil engineer work, the project management, all those other entities. And I know a lot of people ask about that number, but if you all remember where Ramsey looks like and it's going to take more special equipment in order to get that turf up it's gonna actually come off the side street. It won't be able to come through that small area in front of the school. They have to come from the back side. So there's an extra cost that came with that. And we didn't have a lot of people to even bid on the project because of the dynamics behind that. But this would allow us to have an opportunity for Ramsey to practice on campus. Right now, we currently bus Ramsey pretty much everywhere in order to have practice. You know, if you notice, we'll take them to Lawson Field most times, and most recently, their football team practices at Legion Field. But not only will this be utilized for football, they also use it for physical education. The band practices out there, the ROTC practices out there, the soccer team. So having this multi-use facility with artificial turf allows durable, and it allows them to use that facility. We have spent a lot of money trying to just redo that grass field yearly, so this will help us tremendously.
Ms. Harville.
Mr. Pope, it's been a long time coming. It's been a really, really long time coming. And so thank you for bringing this item before us tonight. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you for your work on it as well. And for the community, if you all are still awake with us and listening, I hope that, you know that we're behind you and working towards you. For those who have not been to the Pride of the South Side in a very long time, we are literally slipping and sliding and getting it out the mud. And so this is something that our scholar athletes really, really deserve. So thank you all for bringing this to us tonight.
Mr. Wilson.
As respectful as I can possibly be.
Please.
I don't know about Ramsey getting it out the mud. They getting it from 99 neighborhoods across the city.
We're literally in the mud.
So, with that said, I support this project. I do believe that something, I'm assuming this field is about 50 yards.
It's about a little bit, give or
55,
take. Give or take, yes, sir.
yards. This is a large amount of money. We're almost at $700,000. And my understanding last year, we were celebrating the fact that you found a deal with the co-op to where we were able to get this turf installed and replaced for way more reasonable than this. What happened?
There are two things with this one. One, this is a new project, so there's going to be the grading and the underwork that's being done, and also we can no longer purchase any equipment off of field turf off of co-op and bidding it out. It has to be bid as one complete project. So instead of us being able to purchase it off of the co-op and then bid the installation, we have to do the complete project.
Why can't we no longer deal with the co-op to purchase this very expensive turf? Well, you said we can no longer do that. Why can't we? That's something that we were informed that we couldn't do it that way. That this has to be bid moving forward. That's a complete project. When you say we mean the district, right?
Yes, sir.
The state of Alabama said we can no longer do this. Is there a consequence for us saving ourselves money? Because it seems that there's a monopoly to where we're able to do things inexpensive to where we can do more for all schools, and then there's one or two companies getting these contracts because the state makes certain requirements. Is there a process, a punishment by the state if we do it other than the way they're saying do it? Is there a punishment? Is there a fine?
I would yield.
It's unallowable under the law.
I'm sorry?
It's unallowable under the law. This falls under Public Works. There's two different things. There's a Title 16 and there's a Title 39. And Title 39 deals with Public Works. And this particular project is Public Works, and it has to go under the requirements of the law.
Okay. Ain't nobody going to jail. They're going to fine you. And I want somebody to tell me what the fine is in public. What's the fine? Dr. Sullivan, what's the fine? Ms. Glover, can you tell me what the fine is if we go do our own field with the co-op using that turf instead of using this extraordinary, expensive turf that we're about to put at this practice field? Can you tell me what the fine is?
No, sir, I can't.
I bet you $100 is $500. I bet anybody here, and I'm not a gambling man, I bet you it's $500. And the reason I say that, it angers me Because there's so much more we need to do, y'all. Let me finish, Dr. Sullivan. I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. There's so much more. Winona needs a practice baseball field right now.
Agreed.
I don't understand the decisions the state are making. We're worried about what the federal government is doing. The state of Alabama ain't playing the radio with black school systems. They're telling us that we can't bargain shop a quality product that can be used and last for years. We've got to go with certain companies who are in the clique, and I have a problem with that. Thank you so much for your diligence. Congratulations to Ramsey. When I said Ram, you were literally talking about the mud on the field. I was just talking about the athletes and the students around Ramsey that's a pride of Birmingham that represent the entire city. I always want to acknowledge that because our babies from Winona at Ramsey just like every other school. And again, man, I'm terribly disappointed right now. I am disappointed because we're spending $700,000 on a practice field that probably should have only cost us a couple of $100,000. And we would have had money to do other things that need to be addressed in this district. Shame on the decision makers in Montgomery. Shame on you.
Hey,
Mr. Billups? Mr. Billups?
Well, I want to say congratulations again, too. I do know that the Ramsey does have some challenges in regards to some of the space that is there. But I also think about it, and I look at this cost as well, but I also think about how we continue to seem like we're piecemealing a lot of the work around Ramsey for it to be our flagship school. I think there has to be some other thoughts that needs to go into what we have and what we're presenting for the students who are there, that they're deserving of, and for those families who are there as well. And so I won't say much as far as right now, but I think the conversation that we need to have regarding what the future, what Ramsey should have and be able to present for future families who will be a part of the school in the future.
Again, I want to be clear that I am not criticizing doing for Ramsey High School. I'm talking about the state of Alabama and the requirements that they put on a school system. Our babies deserve the best. But let's not, we don't almost came out of me. Hey, Holmes, I know better. I know better.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Harvey?
And I appreciate the your sentiment, Board Member Billups. I think that before we continue to kick the can down the road, though, if we're going to accelerate that discussion, Dr. Sullivan, that we need to accelerate the discussion and not continue to delay making the
I just want to remind the board that we did get the Lieutenant's Governor's grant to work on upgrades for Ramsey, and I don't know if I know Mr. Moore is probably not in the position to talk about it now, but he can certainly share it with Mr. Sullivan and the Operations Committee. So we did write a grant with the Lieutenant's Governor. I can't remember how much it was, but the intent of that grant was to provide upgrades for Ramsey High School. So it's not something that we've not been on top of.
Thank you, Coach Pope.
The other ones? Okay. All right, so the next one that we have are the scoreboards. Okay, so apparently we don't have that one. So I'll just go ahead and talk about that one. We're asking the board to approve the bid from S&G Waltrip Electric to install the video scoreboards at Carver, Jackson, Olin, Winona High School football stadiums at a cost of $905,000.
Coach Pope, are these the same boards like this at Parker right now?
Yes, sir, they are. This also includes the electrical work. Again, when we did the bid for these as well, and we had to hire an architect. And so within that, the electrical had to be included in the bid. So that's why this is at $905,000. The electrical work for all three schools is included in as well.
Okay. Ms. Bourne?
Yeah, I'm in favor of us doing this,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I also want to express my frustration that the last time we talked about this and approved the former set of these items, for very expensive items for our high schools. We said we were going to do, the board would fund new, I'm so tired I can't talk, new marquees at our schools. Thank you. And we just haven't done that, and we haven't been serious about it. We haven't focused on it, and we made a commitment to each other to do that, and we've ignored ourselves on that, and I feel disrespected. Thanks.
Well, let's let Mr. Moore speak to that.
Yeah, we'll do an assessment. I know we have some schools that have already installed some new marquee boards, and so we'll do an assessment and start working on that plan. We'll phase it out, though, and I'll give you an update on it.
I do want to give a shout out to Commissioner Tyson. I was at my twins' promotion from pre-K was at Epic today, and I was just asking Ms. Grace, and she said that Commissioner Tyson had agreed to pay for the marquee at Epic. So I know she's not here, but as Birmingham word gets back, we do appreciate Commissioner Tyson for all of her continued service and commitment to the people of Birmingham.
But we need to expedite that, because that's been talking about for a long, long time. She's got the money, we got to get it
And
done.
it's been approved. According to Ms. Grace today, it has been approved.
I know, but we haven't approved, so she told me it's coming to us. Anyway.
Well, I'm just sharing what Ms. Grace told me today. That,
Well, we'll
that
figure
it
it
had
out.
been approved.
We'll figure it out. We'll
Yeah.
get on it.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I met with Ms. Grace about a week ago when I did a walkthrough of Epic. She informed me of it. I told her I'll help her walk through the process to get that marquee.
Mr. Wilson.
What's the timeline of this project being completed for all three schools?
Prior to the start of the football season. Yes, sir. As soon as you guys vote on it, we're gonna jump right in on it. The goal is to have it done by the first kickoff of the home season, 2025.
I wasn't fussing at you.
Oh, you're fine, no question about
I'm
it.
just passionate about our babies,
And I love the fact that you are passionate. I mean, the things that we're doing for Birmingham City School athletics, I've get a lot of compliments on for the things that this board and our superintendent supports for our athletic programs. We're actually, you'll believe me when I say we have a lot of things that other districts around us don't have. So we're now the flagship, and we're beginning to continue to be the flagship, and I like that. Okay, so my last item, we're looking to ask your approval for us to make purchases of their 12-man wireless digital headsets for our 7 high school football programs. Currently, they all have the 8-man sets, and so we've added more coaches, and we need to add new sets. And those sets that we currently have are outdated. So the funding source, I want to make sure that I'm clear. The funding source, even though it's coming from general funds, it's coming from the gate receipts that are made from each of the schools. Usually these purchases are made independently by those schools, but when we purchase them as a collective unit, we're actually able to save $21,000 in order to buy them all collectively. So because of the amount of buying all of them at one time, I had to come to you all to get the approval to do so.
Ms. Williams, Mr. Collins.
Thank you. Love the idea of, it coming back from gate receipts. Just curious about the systems in place for accountability to how that's going to pull back.
Oh, so all the gate receipts are maintained here at the district. We go through, we do all of their payments and anything that they're ordering. We do all those deductions, as well as for the stadium workers, the security, and for officials. At that time, once the end of the year, which is pretty much at the end of next month, we'll send the remaining balance back to those schools.
So that comes through your department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, literally, through me. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Collins.
You may have answered it
course.
in that. So everybody's going to be contributing to these.
Everyone's purchasing, they're technically purchasing their own, really is what it is.
Okay.
So we're probably giving out of my department. So each school set is $11,568.
Okay.
And so we're going to contribute from my department, we're going to contribute $3,000 to each school. And then the remaining balance will come from those schools, from their gate receipts. And so each school had the opportunity to either get the 2-helmet earphones, microphones, so the player can have a microphone in their helmet to hear, or they could have had the sideline microphone, which talks to the coach. The player can talk directly to the coach upstairs in the phone booth. So in the press box. So we let them choose which one of the additions they wanted to add to it, but it came with their set. It doesn't increase the cost of it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what about programs that, is it just from football gate receipts or is it from?
Yeah, it's just football gate receipts, because these are football communication devices.
Well, I didn't know if we was combining all monies from basketball into that.
No,
So
no.
each, so what about the schools that may not be able, that, I guess they don't have high gate receipts?
So you don't have high gate receipts for it. Believe it or not, everyone made enough money to pay for these. So yeah, we're good to go on those. But if anyone was short, I wouldn't allow any of our school districts to not have what they need to be successful.
That was cold right there.
Mr. Wilson?
Kudos, man. This is something I've been wanting to see for a long time in Birmingham City Schools. To watch schools in the suburbs and in other counties to where they have modern technology to where the coach can talk directly to the quarterback.
Yes, sir.
And then the middle linebacker, the captains of his team.
Yes, sir.
Man, it's pretty cool. And it feels good that our children are getting the same opportunities and the same equipment that other systems have had for years. So that puts us, what, about 10 years behind now?
Not as far as you think, believe it or not. We're really making long strides, and those can be utilized during 7-on-7 camping for practices. They're not legalized for competition currently, but they can use them during 7-on-7. And that gives those quarterbacks, like you're saying, even the Mike linebacker, an opportunity to communicate directly with their coordinators. And so it gives you that feel during those 7-on-7 camps, because that's really when you're learning how to do those drills,
Absolutely.
route running and coverage skills, things of that magnitude. So that's really when they're going to use those and enhance their techniques there.
Final question, and I know this wasn't a part of your presentation, but you made the statement that we're getting more and more coaches.
Yes, sir.
Are we getting more volunteer coaches, or are we getting more paid coaches on the staffs of these high schools?
Well, we have between the head coach, the 2 coordinators, and they have 7 assistant coaches already, and so that's paid for by the district, of course. We have volunteer coaches. We do allow volunteer coaches. They have to fill out the volunteer form, recognizing that they are volunteering. They have to complete all of the AHSAA requirements, because you still can't be around our scholar athletes without those requirements, and they still have to do the background check. But we welcome anyone who wants to help us that can pass those qualifications.
You heard that, Sherman? You can still coach, bro. You just can't get paid for it.
Thank you. You got one more, don't you?
No, sir, that was all.
That's it?
Yes,
It's me.
It's Mr. Moore. Okay, thank you, Coach Pope.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
night.
Coach Pope. Kudos to Coach Pope and everything he's doing in athletics. This last item is for the concrete slabs to be poured for the 2 fitness courts that we approved for Huffman High School and Parker High School. Numa Concrete LLC won the bid of $70,000, and it's over the threshold of that $50,000, so we thought it would be best to bring it to the board.
And this, real quick, this is, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I knew you had no, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's late. This is for the new playground.
The fitness court.
Where in particular is that gonna be positioned? Because I know they play soccer on one part of that field back there.
It's on the backside where the soccer field is. It's only about, the size of it is about half of a tennis court. And so for Huffman, it'd be kind of on that backside where the soccer field is. And for Parker, it's on the inside of where they practice, closer to the gymnasium.
So is it possible for that to be directly behind the tennis court? Because if I'm understanding, once they take that, if they use that space right there, when they practice soccer, they won't have a practice field. They won't have a place to practice.
We could check into it.
Yeah.
I just know if we could check into it, it'll probably push the project back.
I'd like to see where it is actually going to be positioned if we can.
You work with the principal on the location of those sites?
Yep. Both sites were determined with the principal. This was prior to my arrival, but we can ask with the principal if that works or if it's a better location. It will delay the project though, because soil testing has to go into the project. And so both locations, if it's changed, it would definitely delay the project.
So our soccer teams are growing in popularity and as well as participation, and they compete for football time along with band time. And so that space that they have right now is, I understand if it has to be, but if it doesn't,
We was confirmed by Dr. Lyons, but again, if it's a change, I can
probably-
check with him to confirm again.
Yeah.
He confirmed the site though, the
Thank you.
location.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. President, this concludes our presentations for the work session.
Okay, our upcoming meetings will be, board meeting on June the 10th, and our work session will be on June 24th. All right, this work session is now adjourned. We're going to go directly into our special call board meeting. Welcome. We will now say, yeah, we will, let's see, we will now have the invocation. I'll do the invocation, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will proceed for bow your heads with me. Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you always for our students and for our staff. We ask that you will continue to help us to lead and operate in the best interest of every child, every family, every staff member that represents and makes up the great work that we are doing in BCS. And we ask that you continue to strengthen our colleague and our friend who is still in a situation where we truly just say, God, we need a miracle. And we thank you in advance, and we know that you are always working. And so we love you. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Let us stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. We will now have the adoption of the agenda. It is recommended that the agenda of the May 27, 2025 special call board meeting be adopted. This is the updated agenda. Dr. Sullivan, are there any additions or deletions at this time?
None at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, you have the recommendation. Have someone to move and second. Let the record show is moved by Board Member Collins and second by Board Member Harville. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. The agenda has been, were there any opposition? All right, the agenda has been approved. All right, colleagues, we will start with item 5 on the updated copy. It is the district summer schedule for FY 2025. May I have someone to move and second? Let the record show that it was moved by Board Member Billups and second by Board Member Harville. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And any opposition? All right. The schedule has been approved. All right, colleagues, at this time, we will now entertain the personnel actions. It is recommended that the personnel actions be approved. Colleagues, are there any items that need to be pulled from consideration? Questions?
I do have a question, Mr. President. On our revised personnel actions too, were there some specific revisions? Because I didn't even realize we had a revision, just the
There
one.
should be a,
Yeah, that's the only one.
and it should be highlighted.
That's on page 27.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, are there any items that need to be pulled from consideration? All right. It is recommended that the personnel actions be approved. At this time, may I have someone to move and second?
Move the items.
The record show that it was moved by Board Member Harville and second by Board Member Collins. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right. Dr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a cabinet report. I'm going to ask Mrs. Glover if she would come forward.
As Ms. Glover comes forth, I just want to say, in this personnel report, we had a principal to retire, and I would like to just celebrate Dr. Bird for her. She's just a class act. She is class personified. She, friends of mine, family friends of mine, their children attend her school, and the father is often posting pictures of his son with the principal and just showing that her care and concern. And I think we've seen that school move in the right direction. And so, Dr. Bird, I hope that you look too young to retire, and so I hope that you find whatever you want to do next to continue to give your life fulfillment. And I just want to say personally that I deeply appreciate the years of service that you provided for our students and for our staff. And so the district, it is a loss to lose Dr. Bird. And so just want to again say thank you for all that you have done for Birmingham City Schools. I didn't know she was from Wheaton. Ms. Glover.
Thank you, Board President. This is a notification required by Act Number 2006-196, School Fiscal Accountability Act. Date, May the 27th, 2025. Control number 0527-2025-PR-2. Financial transactions. Notification is provided because the financial transactions described below is deemed non-routine, unusual, without legal authorization, not in compliance with fiscal management policies of the board. Description of financial transaction. Responsible individuals, finance department, payroll clerks. Date of transactions, October 2022 to April 2025. Background and incident overview. On April 23rd, 2025, the Assistant Chief Financial Officer made me aware of a message from a call that came into the board concerning payroll irregularities with the substitute's pay. After hearing the unsettling details, we attempted to contact the substitute to get full count firsthand. To corroborate their story, we reviewed key payroll reports and determined that there was sufficient evidence to initiate an investigation into the claim. To ensure the issue was addressed appropriately and in accordance with legal requirements, we promptly consulted with legal counsel. The total amount that has been identified year-to-date is $26,000, occurring from October 2024 to April 2025. A second internal review has a total overpayment listed at a cost of $81,206. This notification is required by Act Number 2006-196. A copy of this notification is provided to each board member and the local superintendent of education. This notification shall be recorded in the minutes of the board by the president of the local board of education. This day, May the 27th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Ms. Glover, for that unfortunate report. Dr. Sullivan?
This concludes the items for the board meeting tonight, Mr. President.
All right, colleagues, anything in last statements? Good morning, everyone. We're now adjourned.
Thank you.